Dime qué tú quieres, papi. ¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti? Mueve, mueve. ¿Te gusta cuando me muevo así? Así.
Yeah. Woke up.
Thank you, God, for this day we have lived, everything in our life, our health, our family, the guidance you have given us, allow us guidance to the path of righteousness. Amen.
Really, I'ma get that bitch. Revenge is a dish best served cold. She took my son, now my soul is cold. He took my daddy, now my soul is old.
Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub?
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. Doing what we do 3 to 4 nights a week. King Chaka ENT.
I got this.
From the
She
back
starts
seat.
shooting.
That dude was like, ow.
What was that?
Outside the car,
That nigga
deputies'
got
body
popped.
cameras capturing the bullets flying through the air.
We got shots fired
couldn't
up
have been
here.
a straight
We need
shot. It had
backup
to be-
immediately. Start
Are you-
EMS. Start EMS.
What
We got a
the fuck?
civilian. We got a civilian hit.
The deputy.
Looks like we got us another hit.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka. It is what it is, baby. You really not feeling me? Let me find out. Yo, question my ability. Let me find out. Invest in my enemy. Let me find out. There ain't no telling what you finna see. You finna find out. It's something that enters me. You finna find out. Then exit with energy. You finna find out. Riding flows like centipede. You finna find out. Screw those that's kin to me. Let me find out. Get the big lips. I'ma call you Bill Bellamy. When you talk your shit, man, really it's killing me. Hit you with my fist and I'ma do it lyrically. Crazy ass brick, so I might do it literally. I'ma do fists till I'm old eating celery. How old is Jay-Z? He gotta be 70. Come to my show or I'ma do it bitterly. Or it's a porn star with a bitch named Beverly. Keep waiting tables, yeah. Spicy means peppery. Or get tattoos and work in the factory. Whatever I do, I'ma do it happily. I'm tired of these rappers too, they do it tackily. That's why I'm here, I'm the shit this year. We gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something you can feel. When shit's fucked up, gon' drop a tear. I'ma pull my pants up, grab another beer. Rap's messed up and I don't have no fear. Attack the chest up, it's a grown man in here. Ask you little chaps, what have you done in the field? Throw your sets up, let them know you're still here. I said you really not feeling me, let me find out. Yo, question my ability, let me find out. Yo, invest in my enemy, let me find out. Ain't no telling what you finna see, you finna find out. Yo, you really not feeling me, let me find out. Yo, question my ability, let me find out. Yo, invest in my enemy, let me find out. Ain't no telling what you finna see, you finna find out. Yeah, bounce, rock, shake, wiggle. We gon' come through and put it in the middle. They calls me fiddler cause I play the fiddle. Checking masters, white pipes, I's a good nigga. Bounce, rock, shake, wiggle. We gon' come through and put it in the middle. They calls me fiddler cause I play the fiddle. Checking masters, white pipes, I's a good nigga. I said you really not feeling me, let me find out. Yo, question my ability, let me find out. Yo, invest in my enemy, yo, let me find out.
Yo, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
Well, I'm riding around town bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, moving, grooving, give you something now.
KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town, bumping shit they can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
Look,
now.
I'm sipping Bacardi, visualizing on the farm Ferrari.
Catch a buzz from the lights that we store in the party.
My swag immaculate, kicking this rap shit till I'm 40.
It's like electricity, just float the
Being easy with breezes and winding down and out, baby, I'm sorry.
Switch the game, change it up, falling off now hard.
Picture me rolling Maserati with some hoes in the back.
Switching lanes, taking pictures with a bitch in my lap.
Clap your hands, everybody, if you feel this shit.
KC,
Bingo,
on the mic,
and that's it.
take a trip down south that we call the Abyss.
Most curious about my silver Air Forces.
And we receiving major paper from multiple sources.
Of course, it's the bosses that handle the business.
Spice the game a little bit, cause the flavor diminished.
Like Kane and Old Dog, we society's menace.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 into the fold.
KC,
Bingo, knocking at your door. Yeah. Here it is again. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? I'm riding around town, bumping shit they can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town, bumping shit they can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now. Attack the track like a lion, cause I'm so ferocious. When the wind blow, I fly, cause my image on posters. It be wise to decide to not try to approach us. Get burnt like bread when it's stuck in the toaster. And you hoes like clothes, I told ya I fold ya. In the mornings I have Folgers with my doja. I suppose it's time to smell the roses. Clear my mind, check the snakes is close.
And peep my status, but stamina, swagging on niggas just amateurs. Style stay funkin' and cannabis. It's scandalous the way these bitches try to handle us. It's city ball to ball swords in my Polaroid camera. I want my niggas on the propaganda. Welcome to this extravaganza. Hennessy, sipping weed, smoking enhancer. Even though we know that way to go is not the answer, I won't chance the opportunity to blow this shit. Take a shot at the target and I'm not gon' miss. Kicking, flipping, splitting, rip these rap niggas to bits. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? I'm riding around town, bumping shit they can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town, bumping shit they can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now. Yeah,
like that. I like
your
that,
hands
y'all.
up.
Like that. Like that.
yeah.
Like that, y'all. Like
Hit it with the whip of all back, y'all.
Like that, y'all. Like that, y'all.
Here it is. KC, King Chaka.
Dime qué tú quieres, papi. ¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti? Mueve, mueve. ¿Te gusta cuando me muevo así? Así. Mueve, muevo, mueve.
Hey, you.
Mueve.
We up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you. We up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hop, hop, jump, skip up on the floor. If they didn't know, then we gon' let them know. Drop low, giving them a show. We gon' give them something that they never seen before. Hop, got 784, bouncing on the beat while keeping the flow. Stop, watch, freeze and go. Cock-a-doodle-doo is what you eating off the floor. Pop, lock, do it by yourself. You know you the best, you don't need nobody else. Rock, hip, toast to success. You was born a winner, so you never nothing less. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
Dime
wiggle.
qué tú quieres, papi.
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Quieres
wiggle,
que lo
wiggle.
mueva para ti?
Bow, bow, rock, rock, whether you stand or sit. Pump, fist, do it with your wrist. Pump it back and forth like you're trying to catch a fish. Hip, twist, do a finger kiss. Rocking back and forth as you make your body shift. Top, tick, do it like you sick. 2 + 4 is 6, and that's a ripper dick. Top, 6, we gon' let it rip. We got your attention and we not gon' let it slip. So hands up, move your head and know what's up. Now his shoulders rolling while you showing them your stuff. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Bow, 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 shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Bow, 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 shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti?
Bow, 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 shake, shake, wiggle,
¿Te
wiggle,
gusta
wiggle.
cuando me muevo así?
Bow,
Así.
bow, 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 shake, shake, wiggle, 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 wiggle. Make you move just a little, 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 just a little.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that mess up. Thank you, God, for this day we have lived, everything in our life, our health, our family, the guidance you have given us. Allow us guidance to the path of righteousness. Amen. Amen, amen. How y'all feel? How y'all feeling out there? Y'all feel good? Look at the guy the gift. I create gifts. But anyways, look at the guy in the gift right here. He looks like he's having a good time. Yep. That's infectious right there. Should make you feel good. Should make you happy. Everybody's smiling, really enjoying it. Anywho, how y'all feeling out there? Y'all feel good? It's a bunch of craziness, right? Bunch of craziness. Let me look at my little thing right here. Thinking about talking about dog breed deformities. I don't know if I'm gonna get to that, but American college is expensive. Let me see. The myth of custard. I really want to talk about that. So at some point this week, I'm gonna hit that. Hyper individualism. You're probably a socialist. I like this one. It says, why neither left nor right just means right wing. Conservative. He's going to explain that. I think I want to get into that a little bit just to kind of understand this thing that we call like democracy here in the States. And it's like this in UK too, but it's like the left and the right, you know, and like I say all the time, you know, it's all on the same bird. It's all the same bird. So in immigration or the border, you know, illegal immigrants, that kind of thing is in the news real heavy right now. And that, again, that shows how it's the left and the right are really the same. Like they really agree, you know, and it's all just a show. Like I say, good cop, bad cop, you know. So the ones that are in the center are on the right because the whole thing is on the right. Anyways, I probably just botched that, so I'm sorry. I apologize, but I'm going to get into that later. Because that's what it says, how moderates serve the right, because you might as well be conservative if you're moderate. You are conservative. The thing about COVID and the lab leak, I might touch on that at some point this week. The CIA, you know, I like to talk about them. It says fascism. The Cuba protest that happened some time ago. Just some good background on Cuba. I might cover that. The U.S. meddling in foreign affairs. Wait a minute. I know I want to cover Jimmy Dore. Where the hell is that at? Way down here. Yeah, more about Martha's Vineyard and the cause of the immigration crisis. I definitely want to talk about that. I'm gonna wait a few minutes though before I jump into it. Let's see what I have in here. Some
with service members and particularly officers, I would hear about complaints over parts not arriving on time, long deployments, and in my more recent discussions with those officers,
wait. Let me go to this because he's talking about race relations.
service members and particularly officers, I would hear about complaints over parts not arriving on time, long deployments, and in my more recent discussions with those officers, the number one issue that they raised to me with concern, often unable to speak publicly for fear of the type of retribution that Lieutenant Colonel Lohmeyer faced, they say that your stand down regarding extremism did not help our military, it hurt the military.
First of all, on the issue of critical race theory, et cetera, I'll obviously have to get much smarter on whatever the theory is. But I do think it's important, actually, for those of us in uniform to be open-minded and be widely read. And the United States Military Academy is a university. And it is important that we train and we understand. And I want to understand white rage, and I'm white, and I want to understand it. So what is it that caused thousands of people to assault this building and try to overturn the Constitution of the United States of America? What caused that? I want to find that out. I want to maintain an open mind here, and I do want to analyze it. It's important that we understand that because our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians, they come from the American people. So it is important that the leaders, now and in the future, do understand it. I've read Mao Zedong. I've read Karl Marx. I've read Lenin. That doesn't make me a communist. So what is wrong with understanding, having some situational understanding about the country for which we are here to defend? And I personally find it offensive that we are accusing the United States military, our general officers, our commissioned, non-commissioned officers, of being, quote, woke or something else because we're studying some theories that are out there. That was started at Harvard Law School years ago, and it proposed that there were laws in the United States, antebellum laws prior to the Civil War, that led to a power differential with African Americans that were 3/4 of a human being when this country was formed. And then we had a Civil War and Emancipation Proclamation to change it. And we brought it up to the Civil Rights Act in 1964. It took another 100 years to change that. So look, I do want to know. And I respect your service, and you and I are both Green Berets. But I want to know. And it matters to our military and the discipline and cohesion of this military.
In my previous
Powerful words, man. And I gotta sympathize with this guy and everything that he's saying, really. The colonel or whatever, the guy that's up there that's questioning him. The other guy is a politician, and he's got a political agenda. The other guy just saying like it is. And one thing about the military is they are really good about teaching history and stuff like that, because it's like, if you want to be successful in battle, then you need to know, what you're up against, what's really going on, And I think that's a good thing, regardless of how I feel about, the United States military. Put that to the side. The truth is that they are really good at that kind of thing. And I like what he's saying right here, I really do, people are trying to make it all political. And he's like, wait a minute, like this actually is important. Like this is a thing, So knowing more about it is going to be a good thing, to be able to deal with the situation that we have here in the United States. So it's like, the thing is we want to deny it. And then they say that, people like to say, I don't see color or whatever, or there's, racism isn't real, or institutional racism isn't real, or whatever, and then but then the problem, like I said before, it's like when you sweeping stuff under the rug, at some point that's going to trip you. You can't just keep doing that. And, and you also get delusional, it'll make you crazy. It's making you crazy because you have to face reality. The more and more that you avoid facing reality, the more insane you get. And that's the reflection of our society right today. It's freaking insane. It's crazy out there. It's crazy out there. And I don't think you guys realize how far down the road we have gone into insanity as a society, and a lot of it has to do with this, avoidance, this lack of personal accountability, this this privilege, this the truth is this lack of struggle, this delusion of not wanting to see what's real, what's the real truth. And it's having devastating consequences for us as a society as a whole. If you ask Chaka P, that's what I would say. This is a clip of a plane. I don't know if I can even play this, but it's interesting to me. The bird hit the plane jets and it took the plane down. It says, this is the moment a vulture caused a fighter jet to crash into houses on a training mission.
Tower, Blazer 237 emergency. We are trying to make it to the runway. Blazer 237, Roger. Just be advised you want to make an approach to a raised cable parking 1,200. Yeah, we're not going to everybody eject.
Yes. Yeah, they're taking. Did everyone get evacuated? There's a parachute with people. They crashed into someone's house. I hope everyone's okay. Oh my God.
Despite the scale of the damage costing 41 million euro, no one on the ground was injured in the incident. It says, this is the moment a vulture is ingested into a fighter jet's engine on a training flight, causing it to crash. In less than 30 seconds, the T-45C Ghost Shock aircraft drops into houses and bursts into flames. One of the two people on board, one sustained minor injuries, and the other goes to hospital with burns. Yeah. I wonder, though, the reason why I played that is because it's interesting to me that how, advanced our technology is, and then, just a bird flies into the engine and causes all these problems. Like, how advanced is our technology? That's what I would ask.
On the same team. We're on.
Man, I had a previous relationship where I seemed like I had to freaking say this all the time. I don't know, but that shows, I guess, why we didn't.
I'm not trying to win. You ever have to remind your partner that we're on the same team? We're on the same team. I'm not trying to win over you. You're not trying to win over me. We are on the same team. It's
Man, I really feel this a lot because it's like, it's weird how you're like in a relationship and it's like you're in a competition with each other for this, that, or other. Who can make the best lunch, or who's making the most money, or, I don't know. Weird shit. Like, what the hell is going on? Like, why are we doing this? Like, what is going on? And it's like that. It's so like that how you get to this point where it's like, are we forgetting that, like, the same thing with money? It's like, are we forgetting that we're paying these bills together? Or are we forgetting that we're fucking doing all this together? Like, building a life together, like as a team, and sometimes one side has to take the front and the other side has to ride shotgun. It happens like that. And I'm totally okay with swapping too, when necessary. That's just how it goes. We, one up front, one not sometimes, Anyways, I'm going to get emotional talking about this. But look at the scene. Like, he's got goats in the background. They're eating and shit. Like, that shit look cool as fuck, man. I swear, man. I would love to have, like a ranch, a farm. If I was just doing that all day, growing shit and tending with the animals and shit like that, man, I think that would be a cool ass life.
Them to be what?
Y'all check this out. This is funny right here.
We consider them to be what? When we refer to someone as yellow, we consider them to be what?
Chinese?
Not Chinese. Over to Jerry and Murray now. Yes, Jerry.
Cowardly.
Cowardly is correct.
Who's next?
When we refer to someone as yellow, we consider them to be what?
Chinese?
Not Chinese. Over to Jerry and Murray now. Yes, Jerry.
Cowardly.
It's like, because when we refer to someone as yellow, we consider them to be what? Chinese. And then the Asian person is like, no, it actually means cowardly. Like, I don't know. I just find that funny as hell to me. It's the default. Racism is the default, and you catch somebody off guard. It's funny how people have that face that they put on in public. And, that's the reason why they don't like Trump, is because, he takes that face off and they don't like that, It's like, it's crass. What I was thinking about is like, it's okay to oppress them and enslave them and stuff, but don't call them nigger. You could be rude to them under certain circumstances, but on other circumstances you can't. You have to follow the etiquette of it all. Don't make it crass. We're the civilized ones. Anyways, I might come back to that. Don't want to offend people. They say I have to control my language better, my vernacular. They say I need to be, I need to watch my language. This clip says this meme. It says, your car is German, your pizza is Italian, your democracy is Greek, your coffee is Brazilian, your movie's American, your shirt is Indian, your electronics are Chinese, your numbers are Arabic, your letters are Latin, and you complain your neighbor is an immigrant. Pull yourself together. Something to think about.
The world economy.
Yeah, this is something. I really feel this guy here, and it's like, I don't know, it's really common sense, but nobody's taught this and nobody speaks like this.
Actually, when they say that Africans were doing it first, it wasn't the same. Actually, study it.
The world economy that we experience right now today. And this world economy is a colonial mode of production.
Colonial mode.
And I know that there are advanced forces, quote unquote, who would deny that. They said, no, it's a capitalist mode of production. Wouldn't be a capitalism without colonialism. Wouldn't be a capitalism without slavery. Wouldn't be a capitalism without the attack on the oppressed peoples around the world. That's where it came from. That's where the economy came from. You want to understand, while you're looking at a situation of permanent warfare today, it is because the oppressed, who represent the foundation of a colonial mode of production on a constant state of trying to win our freedom, whether that's in Nicaragua, whether that's in Venezuela, whether it's in Afghanistan or the other places around the world, people want to be free, and that's what they're fighting for, and the colonial mode of production cannot tolerate that.
When they say that Africans were doing it first, it wasn't the same. Actually, study it.
The world economy that we experience right now today. And this world economy is a colonial mode of production.
Colonial mode.
And I know that there are advanced forces, quote unquote, who would deny that. And they said, no, it's a capitalist mode of production. Wouldn't be a capitalism without colonialism.
Wouldn't
be a capitalism without slavery. Wouldn't be a capitalism without the attack on the oppressed peoples around the world. That's where it came from.
That's what
That's
supports
where the economy came from.
and continues
you want
to
understand, while you're looking at a situation of permanent warfare today,
Permanent
it is
war.
because the oppressed, who represent the foundation of a colonial mode of production and a constant state of trying to win our freedom, whether that's in Nicaragua,
They're still trying to win their
whether
freedom.
it's in Venezuela, whether it's in Afghanistan or the other places around the world, people want to be free. And that's what they're fighting for. And the colonial mode of production cannot tolerate that.
When
The war rages on. The war rages on. You know, and you know, you want to keep your foot on these people's necks, but at some point, you know, that's not gonna work. I don't know. At some point. Let me read the caption. Chaka Bars posted this on Instagram. His caption says, "I'm down to debate anyone on this. First of all, I have been living in African country for the last 6 years. Most of the people who make this dumb argument are never in Africa and haven't thoroughly studied what happened." Comments underneath it. It says, "The truth will set us free." Y'all haven't read the caption. "All truth, just pick up the right books. Preach. Love your page, man. I can hear Malcolm, Stokely, Martin, and Marcus in his voice. Speak, my brother. The ancestors are with you, and so are we, the current generation, ready to seize freedom in our lifetime." Another one says, "I have chills. Straight truth." Another comment, "It wasn't the same. It wasn't the same is deflection." Another comment, "Does that mean that since I have been to Africa, I haven't done enough research to say for certain that I agree?" Another comment, "Facts, rise up, never stop fighting." Exactly. No debate needed. Anywho, as Pat says, however, it says flights out of Russia sell out after Putin's partial military mobilization. He activated the reserves, so it's like everybody that's on reserve got to go fight. And he also upped the penalties for like dodging military service and stuff like that. So he's activating everybody. He's finna send some more people over there to Ukraine. That's what's going on. And he also said some stuff that people are interpreting as a threat, saying that he could, you know, all his tools that he has in his toolbox are on the table. And he says if there's any threat to Russia's integrity, then we're willing to use whatever we have. And then people are saying, you know, he's threatening nuclear weapons. I'm gonna come back to that. I think I have something on that. Pretty sure I do. What was this? I don't remember. Oh, Haiti. It was a wreck. Anyways, we could talk about it, but
It's hard.
let's talk about this right quick.
The matter is, it's hard to be vulnerable because there's a tendency for a lot of people to throw their vulnerabilities in your face when they get upset. So you have to come to a point of realization that you have to deal with people that are emotionally mature enough and responsible enough to act reasonably even when they're upset. I mean, if you want to move forward in life, you can't bring past trauma into a newer relationship and think it's going to work. The truth of the matter is, it's hard to be vulnerable because there's a tendency for a lot of people to throw their vulnerabilities in your face when they get upset. So you have to come to a point of realization that you have to deal with people that are emotionally mature enough and responsible enough to act reasonably even when they're upset. I mean,
But who are those people? Where are they? Do they exist? Are you talking about a unicorn? Like, I haven't met very many that actually do that. Let me read her caption. She says, family, friends, lovers, coworkers, followers, etc. learn to trust the right people, because not trusting anyone at all will only leave you lonely and bitter in the end. I think her message really should be, you have to trust someone. You have to give it away. It's like it's fragile and, but it's like love. You got to give it away freely. When someone proves to you that they aren't trustworthy, then you deal with that at that point. but I think you have to give it away freely because she's saying to the right people. Who are the right people? How do you determine that? How do you know that the ones that you are trusting are the ones that you shouldn't be, and the ones that you aren't trusting are the ones that you should? And like a person like me, if you already can't see my character and you are on some old, like, I don't trust you shit, like, I get it at the beginning, when you first meet someone, but as time goes on, and if I see you still with the side eye, then that's gonna be like a put off to me. So not even necessarily have to be in a relationship. It could just be a friend or a coworker or whatever. It's like at some point you should see my character and take that for what it is, and have some trust. Give it, give some trust. And if you're not willing to do that, then at some point I'm going to be like, and then you might be pushing away or disgruntling the wrong people off of your judgment on who you think is trustworthy and who isn't. So I tell you what, like the prison, you might like look at some dude that just got out of prison and you like, he's untrustworthy. But I would say those guys are if they did like a bid, if they spent some time in there, it's because they got programmed while they was in there. I'm not trying to laugh. I'm sorry, but it happens. These guys are actually pretty damn trustworthy. Now, are they not above doing shady shit? They're not above doing shady shit, but who isn't? Who out there doesn't do shady shit at some point, like, or whatever? So, but what I mean is you can form a character with these people and you can see them for who they are and you can trust them because they're going to fit their character. And what do you think they're going to do with that goes along with their character is what they're going to do. They're not going to stray out of that. Does that make any sense? I don't know. Maybe what one person thinks is trust and what someone else thinks is trust is different things, I think that if you can understand what's going to happen, if you could predict their behavior, then you could trust their behavior, because if you're trying to look at it as good or bad, then you're going to get lost in that.
Much fear of submitting to someone as being a leader. A part of us being in survival mode is that you can't show weakness. That's every animal. When every animal is in survival mode, you have to hide your weaknesses. It's about getting through the next moment. And what we've been through as Black people in this country, we still very much in survival mode. It's harder for you to think long term. So now I got to leave my survival, not my love, not my happiness, not my survival up to this individual, or I got to lead another individual. And a lot of us haven't reached a place in our own relationship, like with self, to where we healed enough to realize, like, oh my God, like I'm capable of this. This person does trust me. It's not about survival anymore. We passed that. Like, we actually built something here. So I think we definitely, as Black people specifically, have to give ourselves grace. We have one of the most unhealthy relationships with leadership that you could point at.
Man. And that's kind of goes along with the theme of what I've been saying already. And it's like why some men struggle with leading in relationships. And then he starts talking about being in survival mode and not being able to trust, and that I guess that kind of goes with what I was saying earlier, you can't trust because you're in survival mode. You're afraid. So it's a competition. It becomes a competition because you're in a competition for survival, right? So you're in survival mode. So everybody around you is your competition because you got to live. You got to survive above all, everything about everyone. So, you get lost. You get lost in survival mode and you can't trust anyone, and therefore you can't build and you can't think long term and you can't make bold moves. You're always conservative and afraid and making small incremental steps. Let me read some comments. It says, it is very difficult to deal with people that were raised off of survival. It's heavy. Another comment, it said that wish there was as many conversations of men leading in love as there are about women submitting. We're all trying to survive. I don't get your comment there. Let me read another one. It says, leadership isn't an innate skill. You have to see and experience strong leadership to mimic and realize your own leadership ability. You have to be in positions of leadership to sharpen your skills. You will apply your leadership to areas of your life, including relationships. How many of us can say we've checked these boxes? That's why we struggle. Another comment, it says, love when we have conversations like this. Another comment, getting past the survival mode and then also not reverting back to survival mode when something in the relationship happens that may trigger a memory of past experience. So maybe, people are going through trauma. They've been traumatized and you can't blame them that much. So maybe you need to give them a little bit of space and give them a chance to come back, to snap back, because it's like PTSD, right? They end up in a situation and then boom, they just snap back to survival mode without even being able to have control over it. And, they don't have control over themselves. That's interesting. Another comment, it says, absolute facts can't protect what you cannot recognize as worthy of protection. That lesson begins with self and ego. It says, what a powerful perspective. Thank you. I like this a lot. Let me play it one more time.
We have one of the most unhealthy relationships with leadership that you could point at.
Do you have earphones? Oh, you want to use my earphones? But you have
There's just as much fear
Bluetooth,
of submitting to someone as being a leader.
I don't know where
part of us being in survival mode is that you can't show weakness. That's every animal. When every animal is in survival mode, you have to hide your weaknesses. It's about getting through the next moment. And what we've been through as Black people in this country, we still very much in survival mode. Absolutely. It's harder for you to think long term. So now I got to leave my survival, not my love, not my happiness, not my survival, up to this individual, or I got to lead another individual. And a lot of us haven't reached a place in our own relationship, like with self, to where we healed enough to realize, like, oh my God, like I'm capable of this. This person does trust me. It's not about survival.
Yeah. Let me see. I think I got another one in here. Can y'all hear me? Do I have another one in here before I move on? That was the Haiti thing. I think there's everything in here. Okay. Let me go to this then. I need some people. Y'all come join and jump in here. I want to show this. I found this by accident. Well, not by accident, but Jimmy Dore mentioned it on his show and I had to look it up. It's a pretty damn cool page, but I would say it's coming from the right. It's conservative. Y'all check this out. Oh, shit.
Does the White House stand by those comments that the border is secure?
What we stand by is that we are doing everything that we can to make sure that that we follow the process that's been put forth. That's why we have historic funding to do just that, to make sure that to make sure that the folks that we encounter at the border be removed or expelled. And again, the facts are more individuals encountered at the border will be removed or expelled this year than in any previous year. But that's the work that we have been doing. I'm just going to refer back to the Vice President. We agree with her. She is saying that there's a lot of work to do, right? She also said that in that very statement. We agree that the border is secure, but there is still more work to be done.
She has a hard job, man. I guarantee you she won't be in there much longer.
Vice President Harris said that the border is closed. Is the border closed? Do you believe that the border is closed or is it open?
It's open, not closed. The border is open.
The border is open. Do you believe that all the migrants believe that the border is open?
Yeah, everybody believes that the border is open. It's open because we enter, we come in. Free, no problem.
But it's open for you to come illegally, right?
Illegally, yes, illegally. That's true.
What we stand by is that we are doing everything that we can to make sure that that we follow the process that's been put forth. That's why we have historic funding to do just that, to make sure that you know, to make sure that
In the background, it's
to make
showing
sure
a
that
guy
the
pretty
folks that
much
we
easily
encounter at the
getting
border
over
be
the
removed
fence
or expelled.
and
And
running
again,
through the
the facts are more
barricade.
individuals
He used like a
encountered at the
rope or
border will
something.
be removed or expelled this year than in any previous year. But that's the work that we have been doing. I'm just going to refer back to the vice president. We
Is the
agree
border
with her.
secure?
She is saying that there's a lot of work to do.
Wait,
right?
no,
She
we
also
asked
said
you a
that in
straight up
that very
question.
statement,
Is the border
we
secure
agree
or
that
not?
the border is secure, but there is still more work to be done.
Okay. What work to be done? Okay. Is it secure or not?
What is your definition of security?
Hold on, my bad. What's up, Pat?
What's up? What's up?
Yeah, what is your definition of secure? Does secure mean a guy can just jump the fence and run through the barricade with a rope?
That's the thing. For some people, that means secure. It's doing what they designed it to do. They wanted a bunch of people to, because I mean, based on how I'm seeing this, is that, you know, this is something that they, you know, they don't, you know, they want the immigrants to come in, and they don't have enough time to legally get them all in, but they don't want to do the right thing to, you know, give, you know, these border states the funding to handle these people that's coming in, because if Abbott and DeSantis and the dude Arizona, I forget his name, the guy in Arizona, like if they have to take in all these people and do something about making sure these people don't die, they can eat, they can, you know, they have somewhere to live, all these different things, and the government is not giving the funding they're supposed to, because this is their responsibility, not just because, you know, they're the ones that's causing the problem, but also because, like, that's a part of what the executive branch does. So it's very tricky, because, like I said, I feel sorry for those people that's going through the BS with, you know, the little parlor tricks that's been happening. But at the same time, what are these people you know, what are the states supposed to do? You know what I'm saying? If these people end up, you know, just on the street, and they're, you know, if they do start committing crime because they're hungry, they start, you know, ended up doing different little things that nobody's gonna be pleased with, then they're gonna be looking at the governors and the mayors of these cities and shit. So I think, you know, it's kind of a tough thing to bear either way. But, you know, the government, the U.S. government, the federal government is actually supposed to be, you know, doing that, and it's not like this is some new shit. This is like for the last 2 years. I know Abbott has been crying, you know what I'm saying? Since I know a lot more about Texas, Abbott has been crying about, like, the border situation. Ted Cruz, like, all these people have been really talking about the border situation for 2 years, where people just flooding in. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of hard to really, you know, it's like, what are they supposed to do at some point? Like, look, I done took in millions of people already. I mean, y'all gonna cry about 50 of them I just sent up to Martha's Vineyard?
Yeah, but it's shitty to use those people that way. But I hope that.
But how, what else do you do? Because I mean, until it affects them some kind of way to, like, they don't do it, they're not gonna do anything. Like, that's like, it's a shame that they even have to go there.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
I mean, nobody knows nobody's gonna really realize what's going on until something like this. So you gotta start up a conversation somehow.
Well, that's what I was about to say, is that I hope that this, at the very least, can bring up the conversation of what's really going on, and, you know, the history and how we can fix it, or whatever the hell. Like, actually lead, you know, to the conversation, instead of everybody just talking.
It's all about blaming each other. And honestly, like, you know, yeah, usually I do end up on the conservative side of the conversation, but I really feel like the president and the vice president are not doing their job.
Yeah.
Because it should be like a certain, okay, look, we're going to let some people come in, but, because we can only handle so much. And, if you like figure out a situation where, there got to be a state where they need more people. A lot of people quit working and like they need people to get jobs, and then being able to create a passage for them to be able to, at least if they don't have the citizenship, at least they can get a work permit and start, working in places where they need people, and something. You know what I'm saying? Something has to be put in place for that. And if they're gonna do the housing stuff, because probably can't afford it either way. But if the if the state can't, if the federal government can't handle it, what makes you think the state can handle that kind of expense?
Yeah. I think it draws attention. Hopefully it does. It draws attention to the laws, right? Like from state to state, you got different laws, and from one state to another, you have different burdens on it. So then, you think about the policies, the national policies related to it, and why don't they reflect that or whatever? You know what I'm saying? What ways can our, the laws be, adjusted, to make it work?
Well, that's I don't think they need to adjust really any laws like this. There needs to be some kind of temporary, because regardless, like the type of stuff that the U.S. is stuff that they're doing in South America, Central America, like they should be making a way for these people somewhere for them to live, because they're going into their places, running coups and disabling their governments. So a lot of the stuff that would normally happen, things that they could normally do and survive, they're not able to just do that. On what I'm saying, some people.
I'm glad you said that, because I was totally heading in that direction. I was going to meander my way around there, but and that has to be said in the conversation, because if we're talking about illegal or legal immigration, then we got to talk about how the United States deals with these other countries.
Why are people leaving the comfort of their home to come here? Like they've built up a home. The most of them, like it's not like people who, the average person, they're not drug dealers. The average person had a job at the bank or at the, the YMCA or, they just had an average life. Now they don't, because it's just the way that the U.S. is moving throughout South America.
Forcing these people to work like basically slave jobs, working in these factories or whatever, picking bananas and shit like that for fucking slave wages.
Well, for some, no, that's some of them. No, like, bro, these people are just like us.
Yeah.
Got truck drivers. They got, people working in restaurants. People that they're just average people. And like I think honestly, I really feel like this was a last ditch effort for them to really get the attention of not only the executive branch, but also of the people. So people can, no matter who they talking shit about, it's like, look, this is the problem. And if you go back, like they've been talking about the problem at the border since Biden has been in office.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I don't think that that's their actual real goal. I hopefully that it comes as a result of this, but I think it's all politically, motivated for political gain. Period. You got elections coming up. What's gonna be the hot button topics? It's gonna be abortion. It's gonna be immigration. What else?
I don't know.
That's all they're going to be talking about. That's going to be the whole thing. So, you know, and whatever, however the public falls on those topics, the politician that's saying the stuff that fits their, you know, philosophies or whatever, that's the ones who they're going to vote for. So it's like they're already building
Man,
this.
come on, man. You know a lot of that shit don't matter. People who vote Democrat just gonna vote Democrat. It don't matter how horrible they've been treated. They're gonna go and they're gonna vote Democrat. Very few people are gonna go and change up their vote just because, you know, like most people are just gonna they're herd. I hate to say it like that. They're still chattel. They're still in slavery, and they follow like whatever master say to do because this is what is gonna fix democracy. That's just, and you know, I hate that I even feel like this, but that's how I really feel. Like people are not really paying attention to the issues. As soon as the shit is over, like a week or two after the conversation is had, they back at whatever they were doing.
Man, I can't argue with nothing you just said, man. I mean, and it's really, 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 really sad. But I would say the same thing for the Republicans for the most part. They're gonna vote Republican too. Regardless.
Well, I definitely agree for the most part. But it's more likely that people who do vote Democrat, vote Republican, will switch up. Vice versa. There's a very small section that will go either way. But yes, that's what I'm trying. That's my whole point. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like people just gonna go with whatever, you know, they always do. Look, mama say,
Yeah.
you know, this it's just
What is it? Waterboy. He was like, what did he say? He say, Mama say, what did he say? Mama said that girls are the devil or something like that.
yeah.
My mama said, it's like, and the coach or the teacher or whatever, he was like, well, your mom's an idiot or something. She don't know what she's talking about or something like that. He was like, ran up there and took that man off his feet. Let me play some Jimmy Dore talking about Martha's Vineyard.
Okay.
Am I playing this? No, I'm not sharing. Hold on. Fucking
I'm gonna mute for a minute because I'm my audio. I need to do some stuff with my audio. Hold on.
All right.
Welcome immigrants. A lot of people. Governor DeSantis is dropping off, is sending immigrants. They're not illegal, who are seeking asylum. He's sending them to sanctuary cities that said they were sanctuaries, and they wouldn't kick out. They would welcome immigrants. A lot of people would say that sounds logical. Oh, you guys are sanctuary cities. You're saying you want immigrants? We're going to send you some because we have way too many. That's what the border states have been saying, right? So it's pretty easy to talk tough about being open to immigrants when you know you're never going to have to face that problem. And then the southern governors are making them face that problem. And here is the head of the homeless outreach in Martha's Vineyard. This is what she had to say about they were sent 50 to one of the richest neighborhoods in the world. There are empty rental places littering Martha's Vineyard right now. And Barack Obama has at least 48 acres or something like that? It's 48 acres, I think. Barack Obama is directly responsible for a lot of these immigrants being here. Why doesn't he take some? Well, here's what the homeless director said.
The difficult challenges are at some point in time, they have to move from here to somewhere else, right?
At some point in time, they have to leave and go somewhere else. All right. She sounds like, you know what she sounds like? She sounds like a governor of Texas. She sounds like a governor of Florida. They gotta leave. We can't watch.
We don't have the services to take care of 50 immigrants.
And where are we going to get the money? Where are we going to find resources? It's the richest fucking people on the face of the planet. Where are we going to get resources to help these people? I don't know. The president lives around the corner on a 48-acre estate, and he's worth $80 million. Why don't you ask him? You don't think he has some connections in government that could maybe get you guys some resources because you're a sanctuary city to take care of these kids? Or no? Here we go. I'll start it from the top.
The difficult challenges are we have, at some point in time, they have to move somewhere else.
Some point.
We don't have the services to take care of 50 immigrants, and we certainly don't have housing. We're in a housing crisis as we are on this island.
They have a housing crisis.
Crisis.
There's a housing crisis.
It's a mansion crisis.
That's called a mansion crisis. That's not a housing crisis.
Jeez.
Jimmy, winter's about to start. They're going to have to move their yachts and their sailboats back up on shore. There's not going to be any room.
Where are they going to put all those 50 people?
Yeah.
50 people. They had to immediately put on a bus and get them out of town. They were even there 48 hours. They had to get those people out of town. They're a sanctuary city.
And so we can't house everyone here that lives here and works here.
We can't house everyone that lives here and works here. What? Where are they living? You have a homeless problem in Martha's Vineyard? Is that what you're telling me? Really? You guys have a homeless problem in Martha's Vineyard? There's not enough homes for the people who live and work there? They immediately start sounding like right-wingers. Immediately they sound like a Republican governor. Immediately. All it took was 50. There are thousands pouring in every day. 50 of them. That's all it took for her to turn into fucking Ron DeSantis. That's all it took. I think this, I don't know who this is. This the mayor of Martha's Vineyard? I don't know who this is, but she seems very official. Let's watch.
Told there was a surprise visit to them and that there would be jobs and housing awaiting for them when they arrived.
You're the ones who said that you welcome them. You're the one who ran around for years talking about how you welcome them, and you put signs on your lawn saying immigrants are welcome. And you said you're sanctuary cities. And so now they're angry that they're saying that Ron DeSantis tricked people into sending immigrants to a sanctuary city where they won't ever be deported. That doesn't make logical sense. Here we go.
Told there was a surprise present for them.
And it was only 50.
Would be jobs and housing awaiting for them when they arrived. This was obviously a sadistic lie. Not only did those responsible for this stunt know that there was no housing and no employment awaiting the migrants, they also very intentionally chose not to call ahead to any single office authority on Martha's Vineyard so that even the most basic human needs arrangements could be made. Ensuring that no help awaited the migrants at all was the entire point.
So, I think he should have given them I'd appreciate a heads up, but AOC says it's appalling that far-right politicians seem to have decided that fall before an election is their regularly scheduled time to commit crimes against humanity on refugees.
Oh, God.
Don't normalize this. Lying to and trafficking people for TV and clicks isn't politics as usual. It's abuse.
She has no idea.
Well, according to Matthew Culkin, who's an immigration lawyer, they're all full of shit, those people. According to him, he says, I've won multiple awards for providing pro bono representation to immigrants, including being recognized by the New York Law Journal as a lawyer who leads by example. Spare me your righteous indignation about immigrants sent to liberal sanctuaries where they won't be deported. So that's him saying that. And now let's bring on Charlemagne from Comedy Central. Let's see how he feels about this.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis upped the game by sending 2 planefuls of immigrants to the East Coast elite's favorite vacation island, Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts. I personally think it's genius.
I'm surprised
he said he thinks it's genius. What else did he say?
But I wish that governors like Ron DeSantis and Greg Abbott would give Democratic governors and mayors more of a heads up, because then that would expose the hypocrisy of the Democrats, which is they don't want immigrants here either.
My God.
They don't want immigrants here either. The
Dems. What say you?
Wow. What I say? I agree totally, and I'm shocked that Charlemagne seems to be so such a leftist that, but he surprised me on that comment. But yeah, I mean, man, they talk a good game. They're the ones that always lie and never, lie about what they're gonna give you, what they're gonna provide you. It's always some replica of what they said because they can't get shit done. You know what I'm saying? And they, but then, here it is when they're forced to make an act, to move and take action, you see their real sentiments, because like they're angry. They didn't say, okay, all right, you know what? We had these people here, blah blah blah. Hey, Ron DeSantis, before you send more people, give us a heads up. Maybe we can find, like let's find a solution. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe we can send them to Iowa, maybe Idaho. Let's find a good place that where they may be needed. You know what I'm saying? Like instead of going with that type of mindset, they're really pissed because they got to deal with, funky immigrants.
Dirty immigrants.
You know what I'm saying? Like
they not from around here. They don't talk the same language as us. Nah, we don't have no jobs or no shelters or nothing like that for y'all.
And one of the
y'all
things
get y'all shit to pack.
Like one of the things because I mean this is not something that's new, because I mean every president has been dealing with, some kind of, disturbance in South America. This is not a new thing. I mean, ever since the 80s, they've been like what was when Reagan was in office, they was doing all that. It wasn't maybe not quite as bad because they were just they were just trying to sell drugs. They were trying to get drugs at a low price and trade it off with guns. If you want to just call that nothing, but it was just that, you know what I'm saying, back then. But now, they're just totally robbing these people blind, stealing all their resources, and not giving them any kind of allowing them to a position where they can make them stay stable. Like what else do you expect to happen? I mean, do you think that they should get on a boat and go across to Africa?
Yeah, or Asia, or Japan.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think is going to? I mean, they know that that's a part of what's going to happen, but in most cases, nobody has just made it clear that the border is going to be wide open. Y'all just get in here if you can, because that's pretty much the sentiment that Biden has had. Which honestly, I mean, I really don't care. Like, I mean, immigrants coming. I mean, there's a lot of work that I know personally I'm not going to do. That when I go to restaurants and this and that, the third, like these people would love to have those jobs. They'll have something, you know what I'm saying? So there's a bunch of people that feels like me. Like, no, I shouldn't do that for what? But it's just, I don't know, man.
I'm gonna play some more, Jimmy.
Democrats, he's right. That's why this is all bullshit. The Democrats are just as big immigrant haters as the Republicans. Barack Obama deported more Hispanics than Donald Trump. Barack Obama and Joe Biden built those cages.
For real.
And I follow memeology.
That's the type of shit they don't remember. People
on
don't
YouTube.
remember
They've been putting together these things.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this.
So you're struggling to process the 2,500 migrants sent to you from Texas.
So this is the mayor of New York City, Mayor Eric Adams, and he got 2,500 immigrants sent to New York State, sanctuary city, New York City.
Meanwhile, the El Paso sector of the border sees an average of 1,700 migrants crossing every single day. A record 1.9 million migrants have been apprehended on the southwest border this fiscal year alone. Even if you think what these governors are doing is horrific, it seems like you agree this is a crisis that needs more attention from the Biden administration.
No, I believe it's a crisis that needs more coordination from our country.
Oh, so it's the country's problem.
Oh my God.
Wow.
It's the It's not my
Democrat.
boss's problem.
Oh my God.
It's the country. It's the country's problem. It's not
Yeah.
Joe Biden's problem. The guy who was vice president for 8 years when they caused all this problem,
The
when they
country
did the
didn't get
Honduras
elected.
coup in 2009, that's on him. Oh, by the way, I'm getting. I guess Martha's Vineyard isn't officially a sanctuary city, and Massachusetts not a sanctuary state, but Boston's a sanctuary city, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. Check and let's see if New York is also. So there he is. So Memology caught that. He's like, no, it's not. It's the country. It's the this. It's the that. But when Southern governors were screaming about this problem and asking for help and all that stuff, you're just like, oh, you guys are racist. Now you guys get them sent to your city, and it's everybody's problem. Here it is in
Yes,
Chicago.
Boston.
Boston is a sanctuary city.
Cambridge, Chelsea, Concord, Newton.
Okay, so that's why I got it missed. So that's why so Boston is a sanctuary city, and all those cities around Boston are sanctuary cities, but not Martha's Vineyard. Isn't that interesting? Barack Obama doesn't live in a sanctuary city.
What'd you say?
The locations of these places that that claim to be sanctuary cities. I mean, just think, like, yeah, if you can make it here, we'll find a spot for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you really look at, because I mean, it's all these East Coast places that's like thousands of miles away from the border. You know what I'm saying? Like 2,000, 2,500 miles that they would have to cross just to be able to get there. And most of them, I'm assuming, don't have a car. You know? So, who's going to walk 2,500 miles to get to your city? So it's easy for them to say, "Oh yeah, we're a sanctuary city. We're not going to turn. We wouldn't turn anywhere one away." But who makes it there? Who doesn't die before they get there?
Or get shipped back.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, like, and see, everybody's saying that this, because yes, I would say to some extent it's a political ploy, but at the same time, like, people, like, examples need to be made so people can see for real. You know what I'm saying? Most immigrants that come, even though the Democrats might make it easy for them to get into the country and this, that, and the other, like, they still choose Republican values and conservative values, just because, like, I mean, really, it makes sense to most people. You know what I'm saying? To me, like, if you have some kind of depraved thinking, you know, or you, like I said, or you've been locked into a certain type of mindset that these are the only people that really care about you. Oh, these people are racist. Like, bro, like, people really got to get past that whole, like it's impossible for Democrats to be racist.
Yeah.
Because, you know, like, Joe Biden is not racist, and there's proof of it. And they get mad at you when you show them the proof.
Yeah. Let me play some more Jimmy.
Chicago. It says Chicago's welcoming city ordinance prohibits cooperation in immigration enforcement. See? The city successfully sued, so they don't participate in getting rid of immigrants in Chicago. That's what they're saying. That's the Department of Law, City of Chicago Department of Law, letting you know that they're not going to participate in deporting immigrants. Here's the mayor. The radical politician will proudly make sure that Chicago remains a welcoming sanctuary city for all the hardworking immigrants and refugees who have made our city one of the best. Turns out, breaking, migrants bust in from Texas to Chicago. She says this is a national problem and needs a national solution. Cities and states cannot be left to fend for ourselves. There's more to this. Hang on. This is the mayor of Chicago. After she said that she's a radical politician and she will proudly make sure Chicago remains a welcoming sanctuary city. Then they sent her some immigrants, and what is she saying now?
The federal government has to step up. I was in Washington, D.C. last week talking to members of Customs and Border Patrol, National FEMA, ICE, and DHS. And we made it very clear, I made it very clear, that our expectation is that they were going to have a plan that features communication and collaboration with interior cities. And they must do that. And it must.
So she's upset. The federal government's got to do something. They got to do something. They got to have a plan. She doesn't have a plan. She's a sanctuary city. She doesn't have a plan. What's your plan, sanctuary city? She doesn't have a plan. You know what her plan was? She shipped them out of the city in a bus and didn't tell them. You think I'm kidding? Chicago welcomes Texas migrants, then sends them to Burr Ridge. That's a suburb of Chicago by my old house. WGN investigation has learned that several dozen of the migrants Texas Governor Greg Abbott sent to Chicago have now been relocated to a hotel in the suburbs without advance warning to the local mayor.
And also the local mayor asked Lightfoot whether or not these, because, you know, they haven't been granted political asylum yet. They have applied for political asylum, but that's like a 4-year process because the courts are so backed up. So the mayor of Burr Ridge asked Lightfoot whether or not these migrants have, you know, had any sort of criminal background checks or any, you know, health checks prior. And of course the answer was no. And, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, I get it. I get what Abbott and DeSantis they're doing here. But I think it also kind of shows their virtue signaling on this issue. If they believe that every migrant is like violent and extremist, rapist, whatever, then why would they be sending them further deeper into the interior in the suburbs? You know, I think it shows a little bit of their hyperbolic statements on the matter as well.
I don't, this is not how I would have handled the problem if I was DeSantis or Abbott. But the real problem, we're going to get to this in a second, is that they never talk about the real problem. And what's the real problem? The real problem is, I'll tell you in just a second, because first I have one more thing. Here's the mayor of D.C. She says D.C. values our dreamers and our immigrant communities and will continue to find sanctuary.
Anyways, what do you think about the he said that it also shows the hypocrisy on the Republican side. Damn, what did he say? Oh yeah, that there are violent and drug dealers and, you know, rapists and all of this. But if you feel that way, then you're going to ship them to other cities of, you know, further interior of the United States.
Yep. I mean, look, like I said, I mean, how many of them are they keeping? You know, we talking about less than, you know, what total, how many was shipped across the country? Maybe 5,000 total to different states and stuff that claim to be sanctuary cities. I mean, I don't, and you know, that was something that you know, I think Trump might have said. I don't know. I don't recall really you know, anybody else really saying that, but either way, I mean, yeah, it would be you know, wrong of them to say that one way or the other, but because for the most part, like I said, the average person, from what I can see, are probably not criminals and rapists and all this other stuff. They're just average people, you know. So I don't know. Like I think that it was necessary. So I mean, that's kind of where I stand on that. Like there wouldn't be anything done at all, and then until we can get you know, somebody who's going to do something about it in office, then it would just, you know, it would just go crazy. Like we'll have what 5 million undocumented people up here before we can figure out something. And I think it also makes them have to do something down there. Like, I mean, the solution is, okay, if they can make some residents, you know, some changes, like help the people in South America so they're not running up here, that would be like more ideal. You know what I'm saying? But what do I know?
Yeah, so I want to do a little bit more Jimmy Dore, but before I do, this one is this clip is where he starts talking about the real cause of immigration border crisis. The caption says, despite all the talk of securing the border, building a wall, and other approaches to dealing with the immigration crisis, there's virtually no public debate about addressing the root cause driving desperate migrants from Latin America and the Caribbean to give up everything they have to risk crossing over into the United States. And the biggest root cause of all of it is American imperialism and the U.S. foreign policies that routinely destroy already poor nations economically that lead to mass exodus.
Yeah.
And that's basically what you were saying earlier.
Yeah, and I mean, all these people who think that this globalism is like a key thing, like that's what makes it bad for everybody else, and then people like they can't survive on their own because America is so powerful. They can come in and rob you blind because that's all they're stealing people's resources, and because there's like gold and oil and like all kinds of resources down there that they're stealing, and these people can't even, you know, that's what globalism looks like.
Yeah, like NAFTA with Bill Clinton. Anyway, the damn banana wars shit. I'm all stuffed up.
Yeah, me too, man. I don't know. Something's kind of been going around.
Let me read some comments. It says, there's a very long list of coups available, and it's almost comical in a way. Brought about by oil cartels, United Fruit Company, another long list. Another comment, it says, we are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating for a nation of immigrants to permit the kind of abuse of our immigration laws we have seen in recent years. We must do more to stop it.
Well, no, I mean, no, we need to do less. We need to do less of ruining people's homes. Like that's the part that I think a lot of people not realizing, because like some people still have this. Some people know that, you know, America has got all these different things going on. You know, like you know, they disrupting the way people live all over the world. That's South America. I mean, shit, they even fuck up shit here in North America, with Africa and like Russia. Like, I mean, like everywhere, all around the world, they're trying to take control of everything one way or another. And you know, and even if that means them using another country to go to war with somebody, they'll do it. You know what I'm saying? Spending $80 billion with somebody who, you know what I'm saying, you're saying that the wheat is the reason why, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, we can grow our own wheat. But, you know, and I hate to sound like I know sometimes I probably sound like a dick, like an asshole, but, you know, sometimes you need to allow people, get out of people's way so they can do their own thing.
You said you sound like a dick.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, that's fine. But what I'm saying, I have succeeded because like nobody's impeding my way. If somebody's always impeding my way, I'm gonna have some shit to say. Like, you know, I'm gonna sound like some of these people. Well, the government does this and this, which a lot of that stuff ends up being true. But like as a man, like I don't give a damn. Like I'm smart enough to find ways around the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So, and I think most of these countries would rather be allowed the freedom to move. Most of these countries had their own sovereignty until like they have to run other places to try to just be able to make a living. Like there's nowhere on this planet that anybody should have to beg for, resources, and they should have something that they can trade with the rest of the world that can get them the things that they can't grow or produce in their own home.
You're talking crazy talk. Freaking remember Beavis and Butthead, and it's Beavis and Butthead. It's like Beavis is like, you said dick. Like, shut up, Beavis. Shut up, Beavis. That's freaking funny.
Most people just don't want you impeding their movement, because I mean anything that gets in the way can fuck up everything. And I think it's somewhat calculated by the government that because they know what's going on, all like the CIA, the FBI, like they know all these things that's going on in the smallest little country. If they got some resources that can be traded, they know what's going on, when it's going to be ready, all this stuff. So they manipulate the situation. They might find one or two people there, a governor, like in Africa, that some of these presidents of these different countries, shit, they make a deal. They just like, you know what, long as it don't affect my family, which is fucked up.
Yeah, Jon Stewart did a segment, and there's a clip, and the name of it is "The Path to Republican Power Lies in Dickishness," and and that's the title. It says John on DeSantis' latest stunt, and it's funny because you said, I sound like a dick. Let me play some this.
Crazy righteous outrage.
Jay, I am ready for that.
Okay, Takara, take it away.
Wait, you
Jay.
can't pass the ball. You can't.
That's an assist.
Yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
Takara,
Absolutely.
what's going on? What's the matter? What's going on?
I've got some news straight out of my home state, the Sunshine State. What's up? 727, represent.
What?
Okay. Ron DeSantis,
Yes.
in a bid to own the libs and step out of Trump's shadow, decided to trick some asylum seekers
Oh, yes.
into getting on a plane and going to Martha's Vineyard. We have to talk about it.
I'm happy to do so. What is now? The first thing I thought was, after Labor Day, it's really just working class people
100%.
trying to fix the damage that's been done over the summer season.
That's what Takara said. Takara said, "Do you want to bother fishermen? You want
Why
to
are you
bother
doing this?
off-season summer staff?"
It's fishermen and craftspeople,
Yeah.
basically.
So the population is over the summer is like over 100,000. But then off season, it shrinks to 20,000 people who are literally trying to fix their beaches, get
That's
their
right.
wares together, go out and fish.
But maybe that's
Oh, where the poor fishermen, beach people.
Oh my God. I'm so amazed at like how people belittle this situation. You know what I'm saying? All right, maybe there are some fishermen, but out of the million, like you think there's like
most of them are rich people. Other than that, it's just gonna be the service people, the people that serve the people who fucking rich as fuck there. You know what I'm saying? People that work in the service industry.
I don't know that. I'm just saying, like, I mean, I'm looking like we just looking at them as average people. I'm average people. You know what I'm saying? So I look at, I don't care how much money you got, you average people, because your situation is not the same since you had to leave. You know what I'm saying? So these are average people that's coming here looking for asylum. Okay, cool. I get it. Don't try to feed like these. This is what's wrong with some of these, because this is independent media, but they still are clogging up people's mind with some BS. Some people are like, oh yeah, like, no, like this is not fair to tell people that oh, these are all fishermen. Like that's like, first of all, that's just ridiculous.
Well, what I'm gonna say is it was a joke. It had to be a joke overall. This is Jon Stewart. He is a comedian. At the end of the day, let me play some more.
DeSantis's point.
Absolutely.
Maybe there's a lot of vacancies up there, and he's thinking, well, I'll send some people up there. Clearly, the island has room now.
Oh,
During
yes.
the season, it doesn't.
Well, the craziest part about this is technically, did he human traffic these people? These people, not these like faceless brown masses. Did each one of these individuals get coerced to go on a plane from Texas to Florida to the Carolinas to Martha's Vineyard? That's crazy.
They're not coming through. Everybody's not coming through Texas.
Yeah.
Like there's you don't know there's Cubans and others that come up through Florida down near Miami and all that shit, the port of Miami.
And
Like,
I'm sure some come. What I was saying on the other show, I'm sure some come by plane to any major city.
yeah, but I mean, if Ron DeSantis, because I mean, there's other Republicans that's like, look, we gotta figure out something, because it's like, all right, is Mississippi still a Republican state?
I would say yes. Yeah, I would say
Alabama?
yes. Yes,
Louisiana?
I would say yes. Yes, I would say yes.
No,
Yes,
Louisiana's not. I know for sure Louisiana isn't. But okay, Texas, like everybody across the border states, on the southern border, mostly are Republican states, red states, whatever you want to call it, conservative states. So they're dealing with problems that a lot of other states are not dealing with, that's on the interior of the country. So when they probably come together, hey, you know what, I decided I'm gonna ship some of these people up out of here, and yes, I'm trying to get the attention of my Democratic friends, and as well as the country, so that they can see, get a glimpse of what we're dealing with, whatever. So when they do that, the Democrats are going to find anything that they can. Instead, like, at no point are people saying, all right, you know what, that's right. Said like, okay, I get it. We need to do something different about this, because okay, we can't just put all of the burden on all of the southern states. You know what I'm saying? So, but no, it's always trying to demonize. And when in my opinion, I feel like they're doing more things to enhance life for people, instead of like just sending them out to the streets and this, that, and the other, because they could have said fuck it and leave it up to us, the people, to try to deal with. Because like I know some people that has come in illegally and shit, because he was dating my ex-wife's sister. Like, we gave him a place to stay. We did, what I'm saying? We did things to help him out. So
yeah, that's the elite. You them bourgeoisie niggas. You ain't the average folks ain't got. Did he come on the plane? I bet you he came on the plane too.
Man,
he probably
shut the
came
fuck
first
up.
class.
Man, you lost your damn mind.
Let me play some more.
That would have
John.
mean that he would have came legally, damn it.
Let me play John.
Nice. Like, I'm assuming that if they were in a thing, even the religion. Look, isn't the larger point this? We don't have a functioning system for people who are either immigrating or seeking asylum. And in the chaos of that system, I understand he doesn't have the empathy or compassion that these are human beings, and that their lives are already chaotic and turned upside down. And he doesn't really give a fuck whether or not, it's a wonderful stunt. As far as he's concerned, it's like when a mayor loses a bet to another mayor and has to send him 50 pounds of sausage. He couldn't even care less about these lives. But unfortunately, the underlying principle of this, the chaos of the American immigration system, is absolutely a disgrace.
Absolutely. And I think we could acknowledge that.
Yes.
But not doing like reverse freedom rides. like this is the height of the 1960s.
No, you're right. But what are the people we supposedly believe are doing this right? How are they treating these immigrants?
And I think the big difference with this case, though, is the memification, the gotcha aspect of it.
Owning the libs.
It's someone who really wants this to go viral. Whenever policy is just you trolling people, then we've like entered territory where they're trying to get the attention from the big fish, who is Trump. It's a new level of kind of like incompetence at the political level, at the state level, especially for a place like Florida, who definitely has like rules in place for how to deal with immigration. And these were people who were in Texas. That's the other thing.
Well, yeah, that I never even understood.
It went Texas, Panhandle, then the Carolinas. I don't want to make this racial again, but the country has a history of putting non-white people on vessels and going, yeah, it'll be fun when you get wherever you're headed.
Oh my God! Yes, this all started with slave labor.
That was
Turn
not
with
allowed.
me to your textbooks.
That was not allowed to be taught at my school, so I don't even know what. That was. If that's that CRT, I don't want any part of it.
I've seen on the picture.
Well,
would be
it's very
white,
obvious at this
Hispanic.
point that the path to.
Wait, go ahead.
So the people that I'm seeing on the videos that they've been showing are what we would call white Hispanics.
Yeah.
So what? I don't know what they're talking about. Non-white. What the hell are you talking about? When they come here, they white.
Definitely. I'm gonna play on the other clip where the guy was talking about on Jimmy Dore, talking about being Italian and how his parents came over. It was only a couple of generations ago, and he said, and then it's funny how even like the Italians, like the names they were called back in the days, and they still are one of the groups that'll be like, you know, hey, what's up with all these immigrants? Hey, forget about it.
Man, look, I'm like this, bro, because I mean, I think that it could potentially cause some chaos here. Not saying like these people are criminals and this, that, and the other, but you know, we already have a problem here with our own homeless, and you know, like what everybody's gonna start shipping off to California and all that. I mean, that's because that's what they've been doing with people that's on the East Coast. It's like, all right, here's a bus ticket to California, and you know, you'll be fine out there. But it's just, to me, like they always look past the real problem. The real problem is that, okay, we have laws in place on how to deal with this. It's just that they have like pretty much not allowed the states to enact these things, because it costs money for them to be able to do all this stopping them and turning some around and doing all these all this different stuff. And you know, the federal government was giving funding to do that. When Biden got in office, all of that stuff stopped. Like they ignored it as if it didn't even happen. I remember specifically like Ted Cruz and Abbott talking about like look, there's people coming in here, thousands or more per day. Like it was hundreds at that time. Now they're saying it's like 1,700 people a day now, because it's been so wide open. Like you got all of the people that, you know, like I'm gonna say all of the good people that's trying to get away from the crime and all the other stuff that's happening in their country. So all of these people are trying to migrate north. Why can't, you know, they should be trying to figure out something, because like I said, I mean, it negates everything that's caused it, and then trying to put the blame on Republicans to make them seem insensitive. But one way or another, it's like, okay, we you know, like they talk about terrorism. Like there's people that's just coming in all willy-nilly. Nobody really knows who these people are. So how do we not know if something is gonna pop off?
There absolutely should be systems, and the system is dysfunctional by design. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like our welfare system, and any kind of help systems that we have here in the States, they all falter. They all don't work well, and there's a reason for that. But let me play this because this is the main part I wanted to play, where he was talking about. He says the path of Republican power lies in dickishness. Let him explain it. He's going to explain it.
Well, it's very obvious at this point that the path to Republican power lies in dickishness. And I don't know that there is a political platform or an ideology other than dickishness. And, this stunt did exactly what he wanted it to do, which is jumped his profile, made him a hero amongst those for whom dickishness is one of the sole characteristics that they're looking for in their leaders. It probably angered Trump because nobody's going to be a bigger dick than me. Like, this is going to be, imagine the season that we're in, where they are trying to one-up each other in utter cruelty. And that's going to be the thing. And this country does a shitty job of taking care of the people that are already here. So there is a much larger issue here of cooperation and consideration. Clearly, though, can't we have a sane immigration policy that doesn't rely on the demonization?
Yeah.
Like, is that really beyond our grasp?
And the kind of subterfuge and the coercion aspect of it. If you are actively coercing people, then you've put yourself in legal peril. You have this dishonest system. So you're taking advantage of something that's already broken instead of trying to fix it. That's right. The weird part.
Jay, what's easier? Is it easier to govern and solve problems, or is it easier to meme?
Well, I mean,
take a big
it's
swing.
easier to meme.
Everyone wants to go viral.
Absolutely.
Now that's what we're talking about.
Jay made a great point. It's the memification of politics. I mean, they gave Fox News the heads up, but didn't notify any local officials. So talk to me about that.
Because they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck.
But they give a fuck in the way that
this
they go,
is about
did I get
their
eyes?
brand.
Yeah, did I get eyes on it?
That's
did
right.
people see this happen?
The brand is this. What's the brand now about? Their brand is they found groups of people that they can demonize and that their base gets excited about. And so it's all about finding a way to amplify their brand at the expense of real people and real problems that are solvable.
Yes.
Solvable.
Or at least you could have a discussion concerning these things.
No.
They would end up.
No.
Well,
Democrats want open borders. And they want to teach your children about analingus. That's what they want. They want open borders and analingus.
Well, John, if you're talking about the southern border being open, analingus,
yikes,
we've kind of walked into that.
Well,
what do you think?
A bunch of fools. I don't think that they can't be serious about what they're saying because they're too blind, they're too they're swayed too much toward the Democratic side instead of being fair. Because first of all, there are laws in place that everybody has been using. Even Obama was using those laws when he was in office as a Democrat, and Trump used them, but then Biden, he's deciding not to fund a secure border where, you might get a few people in, but you're not going to get 1,000 per day, 2,000 per day. That is this is landmark. This is above and beyond anything that has ever happened. So, for them to be they're getting paid to say this shit. That's how I look at it. Is to try to promote, so that their daddy don't get looked at so bad. You know, they want people to steer their mind away from, oh, it's Biden's fault. But it's really it's Kamala Harris's job as vice president. It's actually her job to handle that. But she hasn't. So I mean, when you really go to, you know, and like when you're in, when you can't see past what you see in right now, when you can't look into the core issues, the core problems, you'll never get anything solved. And you blaming these states that have to deal with this issue, and it's not really their job. Now they might have systems in place within their state that's funded by the federal government for them to do that. It gives jobs to people within the state to do that. It's still the responsibility of the federal government. So that's the part that I think that they just are so clueless about, is that, you know, they don't realize like who's responsible. You know, yeah, you can blame them for sending 50 people, which is probably like not even 1%. Like it's a tenth of a percent, if that much, of people, that in order for people to realize what the hell is going on, for us to even be having this conversation, like, because they've been getting shitted on for the last 2 years about something that's been a problem for them. It's like, how, you know, I can't focus on doing other stuff for my state, you know, which you want. You know, these Democrats, I do believe, wants these Republican states to go crazy like a lot of the Democratic states are. Like the crime and all that kind of stuff. Like they want to be at the point of vision, like, because they keep a lot of their stuff in check. You know, not that it's crimeless, but it's not nearly as much as Democratic states are.
Yeah. Let me read some comments underneath the video. Let me see. It says, I love you, Jon Stewart. I'm so glad you're taking on the mantle of helping this country with humor. So good to see you take talking sense into people. Another comment, it says, bring a sane conversation to immigration. That's just crazy talk. John is so right. And not only that, we need these immigrants. This country has a labor shortage, and it's only getting worse. This should be a win-win.
It should, but that's the thing. Who's supposed to who's going to solve it? Like, if the states are not coming together, if the union is not working together, like, just because it's voting time coming up in another month and a half, 2 months, whatever you want to call it, since it's that time of the year or that season, now it's like, because like I said, I think people really need to know about this. Like, people really should know what's really happening, because there's people suffering, people coming up through the jungle of South America into North America. Bro, that can't be a pleasant trip. And when people think that it's just all, you know, grandy gravy when they get here, and they don't have anything to rely on when they get here, because they, like, the states that you're coming through have already been saturated with, you know, like, people that, you know, the state can't afford to do that by themselves. If Biden wouldn't, you know, because this is not a new argument. Like, if y'all been paying, if anybody's been paying attention, like a couple of months ago, like 5-6 months ago, me and you was talking about it, and, you know, we disagreed then that the you know, like, the, you know, these immigrants are not a problem, this, that, and the other. It's like, bro, it's just like, what's the definition of secure? Like,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, really, like, if you really get down into the meat and ball, you know, to the meats and potatoes, like, we need to at least be able to know who these people are. There has to be a system that comes in when they're coming in. We can at least know who we got in the country. You know what I'm saying? It is Al Qaeda, like people out of Iraq, or like people. We're very much hated around the world, and somebody wants to sneak in, it's a shit. They realize this is a good time to fucking do it.
But it's so much red tape, you know, to do it the right way, to go down that process.
It's really not.
So they just go.
It's really not, because guess what? They were doing it before Biden got in office. It was happening already. They cut off the funding for it. So when Republicans say that, or conservatives say that Democrats want open borders, I mean, we're basing it on actions, not just theory.
Let me read this comment right here. It says, "Thank you for illuminating discussion. I was up in arms about the dickishness, but how y'all brought it back to the empathy with these people and their lives turns upside down, that brought me back to reality. It's hard to focus on the people and doing right by our common humanity when the powers that be have no shame and continually try to make themselves the center of our world. Screw them. I'm going to focus on empathizing with people suffering. Gotta say, I feel more like myself. Where your focus goes, your energy flows. Did not realize how much the right thrives on conflict. They do what they can to turn our attention to the anger instead of what matters. I see a similar pattern in the day-to-day grind, that whenever someone with a little bit of power feels slighted or ignored, they turn petty and vindictive in an attempt to make everything about them. Tolstoy said something to the effect that no one decent ever seeks power over other people. Evil or wicked people love having power over other people, sure, but a decent person will not want to use power over other people, being decent and all. I think a decent person takes what power they have and gives it to the people. If our politicians is not about investing all power in the people's suffering, those in power will be evil or wicked, since decent people are repulsed by having power over other people. Damn, that was a long-winded comment.
I like that statement, but I guess it could go either way, because it depends. Because I mean, he didn't specifically blame one side or another, because the politicians themselves, they're the ones in control of doing all of this. Because I'm just gonna guess that if they were getting some help that they've been asking for 2 years, they probably wouldn't have done all of this to I mean, it's not like these people didn't get fed and have had them a nice little trip to see some other parts of the country. But however, like my thing is, we saying that, like, these people done seen some horrifying things in their own country, and a bus ride didn't kill them. The shit that's happening in their country didn't kill them. So, like, they acting as if they did such a horrible thing to these people by sending them somewhere that supposedly is going to welcome them. So, I mean, it depends on how people want to see it. You know what I'm saying? There's some people that will ignore, the fact that, whose job it really is to make sure that there's the system in place and that it's functioning properly, which would be the federal government, the executive branch. That would, some people that's going to ignore the fact that, like, there's overwhelming, issues going on state by state, that, like, okay, look, I'm sending 50 people. I'm sending 50 people out of the thousands that I just got this past week. Just to kind of wake up some of these people who talk all this shit, Because
well, the other part I have to talk about with that is the money. The money that they spend on sending these, immigrants here, there,
it's
and here.
cheaper for them to do that. It's cheaper for them to put them on a bus and give them about 10 boxes of chicken or whatever it is for them to eat on their trip. It's cheaper for them to do that than to take on these lives day to day.
It's a waste of money because it's a temporary. It's not a solution.
No, that's not true. It's cheaper. Like the state will spend less money doing that than to have these people in the state for the next however long. Whether it's a week, a month, whatever, it's cheaper for them to do that. Like that's like.
And Ron DeSantis, they said the funds that Ron DeSantis is using is out of the COVID relief funds that he received from the federal government. They're supposed to be COVID response funds.
Okay, and
I'm just saying that money could be spent on better things.
Okay, I mean, I guess you would say that, but however, I just don't see the fact that, like, I mean, to me, it's just like y'all claiming to be sensitive to the people. But this wouldn't be a problem if our federal government was doing their job.
Yeah. And the other part of this I have to say is that this is coming from both sides. You know, the Democrats and the Republicans both, you know, they both don't want immigrants and they both are dysfunctional when it comes to dealing with the freaking immigration issue, the border issues.
Democrats are fucking whiny babies. When they got to, because like you talking about 2 years of these people dealing with the problem that they've been saying, hey, we need some help with this. Hey, we got so many people coming in through the southern border. Like, we need some help. We need some funding. We need, cops. We need we need these different things. And you getting shitted on for 2 years, and now you hear about it one day that they got put on the. Well, it's happened a couple times. I know Abbott did it. I don't know where he sent them to, but like, this is minute. Like, people are not really seeing that that's a minute part of what's really happening in Texas, Florida, maybe even Arizona. I know Arizona, California. I think they're supposed to be a sanctuary state anyway. But these people coming up from the southern border, like, what are these states supposed to do at some point when you keep begging the people who's supposed to help you solve this problem, keep saying, oh, it's no big problem. It's no big problem. We got, and telling the people that the border is secure. Like, they're dealing with this every day. And then they have to deal with it one day. And then they're like, screw you, get the fuck out of my neighborhood.
Well, I would say the beginning of fixing it is acknowledging the history of the United States, the imperialism of the United States, the colonies of the United States, all of this stuff, the CIA.
That's a part of it. I mean, yeah, that stuff is a part of it. But we're talking about, how these people, if the real conversation is about those 50 people that got sent to Martha's Vineyard, where Obama lives, and some of these uber rich people, when they talk all this shit in politics about, their sanctuary cities, they're gonna be there for the people and this, that, and the other, and they like that goes unrecognized when they are shitting on people, because but I think most people are just used to them doing that, and that's just oh well, so what's the big deal? Like, they get so much freedom to to shit on people all the time and never have to deal with it.
Let me play some Jimmy Dore. I'm gonna be right back.
Don't want refugees seeking asylum in the United States, then stop overthrowing their democratically elected governments and stealing their resources. It's not effing rocket science.
For real.
That's what's going on. Why are there all these people here? Why are they fleeing here? It's because the United States keeps overthrowing their governments and creating a hell hellscape for them to live in. Drug violence, right-wing militias, all kinds of violence. And so here they are talking about, I'll show, here's Aaron Mate and Katie Halper from Useful Idiots. They were talking about this. And so here's I don't know what this guy's position is, but he's in the administration, and he's talking about the immigration problem. So this is the real what's the real problem? Why is Governor DeSantis sending him? Why are there all these immigrants coming to Texas? Why do we have an immigration problem in the United States? Why don't people want to stay in their own countries? Well, this got brought up on the CBS Morning Show, and let's watch.
There's a larger problem here that, frankly, we did not face when I was in office. We were dealing principally with the Northern Triangle countries, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and Mexico. This problem has become hemispheric. In addition to those countries, you now have Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, who are not cooperating with us. Their countries are literally imploding, and there's migration to the north and the south.
So why are those countries A, imploding, and why B, won't they work with us, with the United States? Aaron Mate is going to let you know.
So he says that Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, their countries are literally imploding, and they're not cooperating with us. So that raises two questions. Why are these countries supposedly imploding, and why are they not cooperating? Right. Well, the reason why they're not cooperating is because the U.S. has been trying to overthrow these governments for many years now. Cuba, going back to the 1960s. Venezuela, there's been 2 U.S.-backed coups there over the last 20 years. Nicaragua was subjected to a terror war by the Reagan administration in the 1980s that left a lot of people dead in Nicaragua, and has since then faced ongoing economic strangulation and subversion by the U.S. All these countries have been targeted for regime change. As a part of that, the U.S. has imposed these sanctions on all these countries that have made their economic situation a lot worse. Venezuela's economy has contracted right when the U.S. imposed sanctions to destroy its biggest sector, the oil sector. And none of that ever gets mentioned on these shows. And so the question of why they're suffering and why they're not cooperating is just, it's taken to be because they're just, they're not cooperative and they're not good partners. No, it's because the U.S. is trying to overthrow their government. So why would they cooperate?
Right. Why aren't they cooperating in regime changing themselves? That would be so much more cooperative of them. That's the kind of collaboration that we seek.
Also, by the way, I'm not sure about the numbers from Nicaragua. Relatively to Central America, migration from Nicaragua has always been pretty low compared to the other countries, especially other countries like Honduras, which the U.S. has destabilized for many years, including the coup there in 2009, which Johnson's administration was a part of under Obama. But I'm not sure about what he's saying about Nicaragua and Cuba too. I mean, again, the numbers, the biggest.
Oh, I don't know why that stopped there. But the biggest driver of immigration to the United States is what? It's we keep cooing, overthrowing governments, and our narco drug war. That's what this is. That's what's causing people to be so desperate that they would leave their own goddamn house, their own country, and go to a foreign country. Why would they be so desperate to do that? It's because we keep wrecking their economy and we keep flooding it with drug money and drug lords. That's what's happening. Here's what Chomsky says.
When we talk about terrorism, it means what they do to us, not what we do to them. And what they do to us can be pretty ugly, although it's not even a fraction of what we do to them. I mean, take, say, 9/11. That was a pretty serious act of terrorism, maybe the worst single act of terrorism in history. But it could have been worse. I mean, suppose, for example, that Al-Qaeda had bombed Washington, bombed the White House. It killed the president, installed a harsh military dictatorship, brought in a bunch of economists who drove the economy into its worst disaster in history. Well, that would have been worse than 9/11. And I'm not making it up. It happened. What's called the first 9/11 in South America, namely in Chile.
On the 11th of September 1973, the democratically elected Chilean president Salvador Allende was overthrown in a coup. A dictatorship under Augusto Pinochet was established that ruled Chile until 1990. There was the systematic suppression of all political dissidents. Thousands were imprisoned and murdered.
Who was involved in that first 9/11? It's not hard to find them. Right in Washington and London and so on. But that's off the agenda. Doesn't count. There's a principle of ideology that we must never look at our own crimes. We should, on the other hand, exult in the crimes of others and in our own nobility in opposing them.
So let me bring in Craig Pasta first. Craig, you know a little bit something about that part of the world. Well, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I mean, I was down in Nicaragua just last year and Honduras as well for these elections. These
Wait, I'm sorry. What did you say?
Isn't Jimmy Dore a comedian too?
Yeah.
For whatever reason, he doesn't sound as much of a joke as Jon Stewart. Like, he's taking the shit serious. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just like try to make everybody else like. That's one of the things I feel like liberals try to make everybody look so horrible for whatever it is they do and uplift what they've done as if they did nothing wrong. That's the part that irritates the hell out of me. It's just like, look, there's some fucked up shit going on, period. But how is it that only the Republicans are doing bad stuff? Like, I would respect them way more if they at least was fair.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know. I think they're going to mention it in here about Venezuela because a large number of the people that's coming are Venezuelan.
Mm-hmm. My brother, like,
and that's a complete result of the sanctions on Venezuela, which was, initiated by the United States.
Yeah, and what does Venezuela have that the United States wants?
Oil.
Lots of it too.
Yeah. I don't know if y'all remember, a couple years back, they confiscated all of Venezuela's assets in the United States. They had assets in the United States, these gas stations and stuff. They just confiscated that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Cause see, the whole thing is
Took it.
because of the because they've been doing this for a while, back and forth. That but United States have actually it's because of this Green Deal, they've made a promise not to produce, or limit the production of natural gas and fuels or whatever. So they can still produce some, but just not out of the United States. So they're taking over people's resources and selling it to the world as if it's their own.
That's called private. That's called capitalism.
No, that's
what it is.
Is that what that's called?
Yeah, private.
Well, you know what? I don't want nothing to do with capitalism then, because I mean that sounds like straight up robbery. That sounds like thievery. That don't sound like no capital. Like, to me that sounds like theft.
Yep, that's what it is.
I didn't know that's what summed up capitalism is. Stealing people's shit.
Yeah, that's what
I
it is.
need to get on my job. What you got?
Now you know.
What's in your pocket? It's time for a shake. It's time for a shakedown. What's in your pockets?
Exactly. Now you know. That's capitalism. Let me play some more of this.
Recollections. Got to talk to a lot of people out there. And I can tell you from firsthand experience that the number one thing that they're fighting for in these countries is national sovereignty. They want the West off their back. They want the boot of the American empire off their neck. And they want a right to choose their own leaders and to do whatever they want with their own resources and whatnot. And the thing that's really sad about this right now, Jimmy, is that a lot of people still don't know. There's two stories that are really dominating conservative mainstream media. It's this whole Martha Vineyards and moving these immigrants from here to there. And it's being applauded. And the other one that's being talked about a lot is all the fentanyl. When you talk about the drug war, the fentanyl that's coming up from Mexico. And I think that it's really being pumped in this the conservative mainstream media because they want to manufacture more consent to try and shut the border and say, look what they're doing from the South. They're coming up. This is criminals. They're coming up. People believe the marketing, and it really is a shame. They honestly believe that these places are what Donald Trump referred to them as shithole countries where these people are just trying to come up and find a better way, and they're actually stealing our resources. They don't understand that all these NGOs like the NED, the USAID, they're pumping billions of dollars over the past couple decades. It's not a century, right? It's been over like 100 years, I think, since we're doing this in Latin America. And that is what's causing the problem. When I was down in Honduras, they talked about the 2017 election, right? A lot of people from Honduras, they said, listen, a lot of our friends went to America because they had lost family members. They were threatened. It was like 10 people were dying every single day at one point. El Salvador had the same problem at one point. They saw America sticking their nose in the business in the 2017 election, where the Donald Trump administration backed the results, where even the OAS said the elections were that fraudulent that they still let him go and let Juan Orlando Hernandez stay in power, that people are saying, that's it, we're going to the States. If you're going to meddle in our business, we're going to come there. And that is the number one cause of migration, and nobody talks about it. And unfortunately, people still believe the marketing. So when we ever have an opportunity, when these situations arise, I think it's up to us, because a lot of people refer to us as the Jimmy Dore left, right? When I spoke at Defeat the Mandate.
What'd you think?
I mean, I think that, what he's saying is probably true. I mean, I know that our politicians use different talking points in order to, get people on a certain side. Now, the whole thing about the fentanyl, like, I don't know, like, who's promoting letting the fentanyl come in. I mean, I don't know. Like, that, to me, that, I mean, not to say that he's incorrect, but I don't see, because that seems like more of a, if anybody was to try to use that, that would be who? Not the Democrats. The Democrats not going to really say much about the fentanyl coming in and trying to shut off the border.
Well, that's what he was saying. He was saying that Republicans are using it as a way to say that, these immigrants are carrying fentanyls. That's another reason why the borders should be more secure.
And then then like, okay, because my thing is, all right, it's coming in, but if it's coming in, it don't take 1,000 people to get fentanyl in. It don't take 2,000 people a day to get fentanyl in. All it takes is 2 or 5
or 1
or 1. So I mean, I'm just saying, like, that's the part that I'm saying where we got to be tighter on, like, knowing who's coming in. At least have a good search of, like, the people that's coming in, so that, like to me, like, all right, America has done so much wrong. Like, at some point, somebody's gonna be angry enough to shoot up some shit, or to blow up some shit, or something. Like, I mean, if there's somebody that's gonna be radical enough from down there, that's like, or even may not even be from South America. They might be from freaking the Middle East, that knows that they can easily come in through the southern border.
Yeah.
So I mean,
yeah, I don't think that's. I think that they're not really worried about that, and the reason why is because the whole point of this is to use these people to take advantage of them. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I've been screaming the whole time. Like, the whole point of the whole thing is to create these immigrants, create these illegal immigrants. It's another class of people for this country.
But who's doing that?
A lower class, below everybody else.
Who's creating this?
The government as a whole, both sides, the left and the right, the Republicans and the Democrats, they're in consensus with this. They have been.
I don't think so. But okay, let's go with that.
I think so. Let me play some more of this right here.
States in LA, it was with Max Blumenthal.
Wait, what you gonna say?
Do you ever, like, not give Democrats some kind of credit? Like, you instead of saying, okay, yeah, that's the Democrats fucking shit up, are you gonna mix when it's something fucked up? You're gonna say it's both of them? I'm just kind of
no
seeing what's trending with you.
No, this is what
what's trending with you. Your
I've
algorithm.
I've said this before about the immigration topic. That's why we talked for a long time on this damn topic, and it's freaking both of them. It's the history of the United States.
But when you never they're never standalone. As just like they fucking shit up. It's always like it's you combine them. If you think the Democrats got something to do with it, you'll combine them, but you never have them stand alone. They can either it's the Republicans fucking up shit, or it's them together. It's never the Democrats that did anything on their own.
That's not true. I despise the damn Democrats. They are the worst.
No,
they are the worst with their bottle feeding.
You do not despise no Democrats.
Okay, they're bottle feeding, baby. We know best, so we're gonna just help you and tell you which way to go. Like, it's so patronizing. They are the worst. I'd rather get the racist Republican telling me I hate you just because of the color of your skin. The way you smell just makes me hate you. I hate the parents that you came from. I hate the background. I hate the high school and the elementary that you went to. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you. I like that guy much more than the other guy.
Okay. Well,
the one that's like, oh, I just want to baby you. You know, I can just, you don't know what's best for yourself. You can't take care of yourself. Let us just do it for you. You know, we're going to think for you. We're going to help you. Don't worry. No, those are the worst. That's the worst. Those are the evilest, most horriblest, the most dastardly.
You got a lot of protection for them, though.
Let me play some more of this.
And some people came up and asked him, it's like, what are you guys all about? They call you the common sense left, the base left. And I said, well, what we're mostly about is anti-imperialism. We have to be screaming at the top of our lungs what's really happening there, what's going on, and why there is a cause for migration. Because if we just pulled away, if we would stop funding these NGOs, if we allowed these people to have their own national sovereignty, because it's all about keeping that country chaotic so we can extract the resources there and then thrust our monetary system on these people. But if we stop just doing that, they wouldn't come as much. And that's what needs to be highlighted. And I think a lot of people need to start opening their eyes to this, because a lot of MAGA people, unfortunately, still buy into this marketing that, you know, we're down there like Captain America, you know, helping them out. You know, my mother used to say years ago, she says, Craig, well, if our troops weren't down there, wouldn't they, you know, these people's lives be in danger? I said, Mom, no, that's not the case. They're out there. The same people who are screwing us over in the States, the globalists that we all complain about, those are the same people that are down there stealing the resources and benefiting off the backs of these people which are driving there. You want a wall? I'll give you a wall. Just close the 80 bases and you get your wall.
Yeah. Yeah. Jackson, let me hear what you have to say.
I think Craig nailed it. And what's interesting is, you know, I've been trying to dive into this subject quite a bit and understand what right-wingers are feeling about it. And there's a lot of right-wingers that are mad over the fact that, again, like what we discussed earlier, the fact that these Republican governors are sending what they see as violent criminals further deeper into the interior of the country. I don't believe that. And the stats and the facts show us that actually migrants commit less crimes than you know, citizens of this country. But one other thing I've heard from a lot of right-wingers, they're now waking up to the fact that we actually are the ones who are creating these problems through things like NAFTA, for example. I mean, no longer NAFTA, USMCA, which was a little bit better, but not really a huge improvement.
No.
It's still causing problems. And of course, you know, you look at Trump, you look at Biden, you look at any of them, you see the same problems trying to depose leaders like Nicolas Maduro or Daniel Ortega left and right. And that's what causes the problems and why they have to flee here. And the sanctions as well. The United Nations did a report on Venezuela. They found that the 99.9% of the crash in Venezuela's economy was a result of Western sanctions that are illegal. So that's what's causing all of this.
Mm-hmm. And they do things about it. Hey, if you don't want Venezuelans moving here as immigrants, why don't you stop stealing their fucking gold?
Yeah, seize their.
They said
the refineries back too as well, because that also happened. And the thing about these governors, I get it too. Jackson pointed out that they don't have they can't vote on NAFTA. They can't make these decisions when it comes to foreign policy. But hey, if you're going to use these people, these humans, and this really is a touchy situation for me. It's why I kind of dove into this whole, independent media thing, because I was so confused at why people were so upset that immigrants were coming, especially when we're a nation of immigrants. I'm Italian, third generation or fourth generation on my father's side. They had a nickname for Italians that came over without papers, right? I don't want to say the other actually what it means, because I don't want to get anybody in trouble over here. But we came over the same way. We were allowed to come over, our family members. Why are we so angry at these people and have so much disdain? And they always say, hey, they're taking up all our resources. Unfortunately, we just don't have the resources. Well, if you paid attention to how much money and resources were used down over there to drive these people here, you should be equally pissed off. And if any governor like Abbott or DeSantis, DeSantis is a gusano. We can get into it. Gusano is the term for worm that I believe that Fidel Castro used for a lot of people who were descendants who once stood by the empire. And this guy wants war in the global South. And I certainly suspect that once things end over in the Ukrainian area, we're going to concentrate on the global South over here. If you just see these politicians like Cruz and Rubio, DeSantis said the problem with what's going on down over there is that we never took care of countries like Cuba and Venezuela. And he was talking about the Rensenar Act and Nicaragua. Well, if you're going to use these people, these humans, as pawns, you better damn well be screaming at the top of your lungs of why there's a problem in the first place. And there's a ton of money. The same stuff that's going down in Ukraine is the same thing that's been going down in the global South for God knows how long. We need to stop it.
What say you?
I think that there is a big misconception of, what the real problem is. And, some people think so highly of North America that it's just like, oh, they just hate it where they live. They don't, what I'm saying, no, they don't know that the disruption that North America has made in their country for why they're migrating the way they have been. So because that's like, you gotta think like it's shit, probably billions of, or not hundreds of millions people that's down there. Like we're only seeing so many, what I'm saying? We're not even seeing the amount that we, could see. But I think the North American is very like clueless. Like they believe the mainstream media way too much because they make, whatever the narrative is, they just go with it. They don't piece together the common sense, like things that, like, like you have to wonder, like, okay, it's South America, like it's America too. So it's like, how does South America end up so screwed up, and North America is supposedly sane and normal and all this kind of stuff? Like, because they speak Spanish, they don't know better. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to kind of really ask yourself certain questions to really get to the bottom of it. And I don't think enough people really do that. And I understand, like, there's a lot of people, the majority of people are just trying to live their own life and this, that, and the other. But, at the same time, when you see something that's going on, you gotta sometimes realize or try to look at what's really going on. Because I'm not mad about these people coming. My thing is that, there has been a system in place that made this people not pouring in all at one time, and you at least being able to keep track of who these different people are, because like I said, America is not loved everywhere. And regardless of how I feel, I can get caught up, because I accept these people just as, much as my own family. I actually have some people that are from South America that are my family. But my thing is like, what if we just let everybody, because like I said, it's probably if something happens when we've heard about those sleeper cells, shit, it was only like 15 of them, and they was here to cause some fucking problems. What happened? You know what I'm saying? Like, we know 9/11, we know what happened there, and we don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I guess I have a worry that the more America does, the United States does around the world, it puts us at a disadvantage.
In danger.
Yeah.
Let me read some comments. This one says, came to America in 1973 legally. I was 12. When I turned 18, I got a damn green card. Instead of being like everyone else, a citizen, got deported for life back to Europe because of one joint in 1994. I miss you all. Yeah. Sad story. Another comment, it says, if politicians weren't sending all our wealth to Israel, we could afford our own people, and immigrants wouldn't be the big of issue. Oh, snap. We got Deuce in the building. What's up?
Man, ain't shit, man. Ain't shit, bro.
Deuce.
Back at the same place I was at last week when I was able to join in. Van Horn, Texas. What it do, man?
What's the deal?
Good?
You got it,
ain't
bro.
shit. Ain't shit, man. I'm out here trying to hang on like a hubcap in the fast lane.
Man, say, bro, have you had a chance to listen to any of what we've been talking about?
Yeah, the
Man,
immigrants.
I just joined in. I'm not gonna lie, I have not.
So,
was on
but
the
I'm
phone
sure
with
you
my
heard
wife.
about the immigrants in Martha's Vineyard getting sent to Martha's Vineyard. What do you think about that?
Martha Stewart Vineyard, so they're gonna be working for her?
Nah.
All right, look, quick update. Martha's Vineyard is a well-to-do area in the country. Barack Obama lives there. Other uber rich people live in that area. So what happens? We've been having this immigrant issue on the southern borders, and Ron DeSantis, governor of Florida, has sent 50 people to Martha's Vineyard to make a point. And some people,
Go ahead, my bad.
Some people look at him as, he's a piece of shit. He's a dick for doing that. And then others was kind of like, yeah, he should have done that.
Well, I think from my personal perspective, I understand that we have to know who's coming in and out of our backyards, and I understand the take, but it's always been an issue with the immigrants coming over from the southern border, and that they've always made a big deal out of it. But I'm in agreement with that, because I think a lot of times the uber rich, the people that are setting these policies, that are making policies and that are writing in laws, sometimes they're so detached from reality that they need to get a taste of what actual human beings go through, and have to deal with. Let them start affecting you guys, y'all's pockets.
Well, look, let me add this, because I like what you're saying. Martha's Vineyard is supposed to be a sanctuary city. At least that's what they claim. But when these people showed up on their doorsteps, they're like, I'm like, shoot, they're angry that Ron DeSantis brought them people to their back door and saying, okay, you're a sanctuary city. Because I think they could have done worse. They could have sent 1,000, a couple thousand of them up there. He only
Well, it's
sent 50.
time that we make these motherfuckers. Because Congress don't have term limits. You know, it's time that we make these motherfuckers stand up to what they say. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to call it a sanctuary city. The Democratic Party is so adamant about allowing immigrants from the southern border to come over and be treated, given a fair chance and treated fairly. Then, motherfucker, okay, well, let's send them up there. This is a sanctuary city. Y'all got the money. Between all you motherfuckers that live up there, have the money to get all these people put on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Let's see.
Some people got sent to Chicago. Some people got sent to DC. Some people got sent a few different places because it's like, okay, you know, but because I mean, me and you seem to be kind of on the same page. It's just, because I'm trying to throw in other little tidbits. Because Lightfoot, she was upset about, like all of them are really upset that they having to deal with stuff, and it's just like from the southern border, all these people that claim to be sanctuary cities, they're confronted with it right head on because these people would normally have to travel at least 1,000 miles to get there to the we call sanctuary cities. Texas is not necessarily a sanctuary state, but it has been. So they're not saying, hey, our doors are wide open for everybody to come to, but we still we deal with it because that's where they come in through for the most part. Florida as well. So the thing is that these cities, when they're confronted with it, they're angry about having to deal with it. But when it comes down to these states that have to deal with it no matter what, they have to because they're on the border. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
People are saying how messed up Abbott is and DeSantis. Like, they don't really get it because they don't have to deal with that. Nobody's really coming in from the northern border, running out of Canada into the United States.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, see, they always want to point the finger. But if we start pointing the finger at them and calling them on their bullshit, you know what I'm saying? They say, oh, whoa. Let's we gonna take them down. We gonna blurt them out. No.
I think it's a matter of them being who they've always been, and that's
they've
some
never
people
cared.
who say stuff because it sounds good.
But that goes back to us as human beings. Instead of putting our faith and trust in the higher power, we put our faith and trust in a man. First of all, we putting our faith and trust in men and women that are not of humanity. They're some of the most evil and corrupted motherfuckers on the face of the earth. They don't give a fuck about nobody else but them. And then it's really good. And now I'm gonna tell you something else too. It's another way to challenge these motherfuckers in DC, because all DC is right now, you got these motherfuckers arguing back and forth about power. Who can stay in power long? Who's this? Who's that? And it's like they need to be brought down to reality, man. People bow at these motherfuckers' feet, and they some grimy motherfuckers like Willie D say, they some uncivilized mutts.
Yep.
And on top of that, my heart goes out to the immigrants that are coming over that are truly trying to seek asylum because situations are unlivable, inhumane. People are being killed. I totally sympathize with them, but at the same time,
at the cost of our government,
this government ain't doing shit to help the citizens of this country.
Of our own country, but they're the ones.
This shit is a genocide on their own people. What they doing right now?
Yeah, I would agree.
I wonder have they ever tried to unionize, become a union with South America, or maybe they have, and they won't comply.
Let me read those last 3 comments on this video. It says, not in favor of coups, but it is not only that. As a person who's been to Honduras many times with my many friends there, it is a shithole country through and through because of corruption. That is why many leave. The country isn't safe. Another comment, it says, I wish America would leave other countries' governments alone, so when their socialist government inevitably fail, we won't get the blame for it. Another
It's too late for that.
Another comment, it says, South America should empty out their jails and insane asylums, homeless, etc., and send them to the U.S. Yeah, they probably disabled the comments after a while because there's not that many under here. Oh, it says 408. Some of them must be so bad I can't see them. Yeah, because I bet, because it's funny, this immigration topic brings out, it's always all this really hateful stuff.
Well, but that's the thing with our media, like the mainstream media, like they're not being honest with the people. So if people had the right information, if journalism was still real, like we could be able to.
They don't care about that though, Pat. All they care about is money, bro.
I hear what
and
you're
when
saying.
when you start speaking the truth, and you start speaking the truth, and then you get people to start fucking waking up, and then people are not tuning in, what happens?
Well,
There is no Fox. There is no CNN.
Our favorite president wrote into, or not, he wrote it into law, but as the president at the time, pretty much allows the media to lie to us.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what I could look it up, but there's an actual HR something that they signed that, I guess for the protection of the people, is to pretty much withhold and be selective about the information that they give people.
Mm-hmm.
So how are you protecting us when things that are actually happening in the world and people that's being affected by it looks at us as the people who are supporting you and what the bullshit you're doing? They think that we're the ones that's like, yeah, go over there and take their shit. We need some more of their oil, we want some of their gold, we want whatever. Just go and take it. Fuck it. We support you. Go ahead and just do it. Like, some of these people probably feel like, because us being the people, if our government is what they claim it to be, it's we the people, then that means that the things that they're doing worldwide is being supported by us, which is not the case. They're deciding for themselves what they're going to do. They don't ask us every time they get ready to go do something, because they think that we are, especially on the Democratic side, is that, we're too dumb to make those type of decisions.
Yeah.
Yeah, so how you been feeling, dudes? What you been up to, man? How is things?
Man, shoot, man, I got home the other day, got home, and man, hit the ground running, bro. Just been trying to recuperate after that, but how that go. But other than that, man, everything's been good, bro. I think baseball season is in full effect for my son, so I just thank God their games are every other Sunday.
Yeah.
Which I'm not home every weekend anyway, but it's just sometimes, man, when you come in and they got them games and you trying to relax and rest, it can be a little challenging.
Yeah.
Yes.
But other than that, man, how about y'all, bro? How y'all been?
Same old, man.
That's what's up. How about you, Pat?
Yeah, I've been doing pretty good, man. I'm just, trying to knock some shit out the park, bro. Trying to work. I'm working on. I've been working on this little project that's pretty much done. It'll be working on autopilot probably in another week or so. So.
Okay, that's what's up.
Might be able to semi-retire soon.
Hey, man, hey, ain't nothing wrong with that.
I say semi-retire, but just I don't have to be out here on the road all the time. And I'm actually thinking about selling my truck, so I don't know, man. I'm getting tired. I've been a little bit under the weather the last 2 days.
Yeah, I hear it. You caught one of them old summer colds.
Yeah, if you want to call it that. It was actually when I was idling, my AC wasn't blowing, so I got some little fans I stick in my windows, and it blows the cool air from outside in, and I was laying right underneath that fan, and that shit was blowing right on my head.
Mm-hmm.
Got me a little cold. Oh, well, you know what? They don't have, the colds don't exist no more. So I probably got something other than a cold. But
Damn it. I feel you.
Crazy world we live in, man. Crazy world.
What time is it, man? Shit.
It's 12:16. I've been on for 2 hours, or over 2 hours already. And I
almost 3.
I got class in the morning, and then work after that.
Hey, Deuce, you wasn't here last week. What do you think about your grandma passing?
Hey, man, I don't feel nothing, bro.
You don't miss your grandma?
Sure, she wasn't none of my grandma. Oh, racist ass.
Well,
hey, bro, I seen a video today of I guess people were standing outside to meet the new king or whatever, and there was a black dude on the front row. He was standing there shaking the hands of a white woman. Skipped right over the black dude. The black dude trying to get his hand shook. I'm like, well, that's what your ass get for being out there.
Mm-hmm. People don't realize, man, those people have been, because of their policies, what they believe in. Because I mean, they have a parliament that's supposed to be the inner workings of the country, or those countries that all of the dismay that they have created over time. I mean, of course, a lot of the stuff existed before, but if you think about it, I mean, at any time, these people could change. Like, one ruler could be like, this is BS, and I don't want no part of doing any of this or that. We need to, have no hungry, no this, that, or the third, because, if I'm a quadrillionaire and these people don't even have $1, let's spread the wealth a little bit. But no, of course not. Like, you got gold. I mean, what gold and emeralds or platinum? I don't know, all kind of different little shit. Like, I don't know how much the crowns and shit cost. Like, a lot of them probably priceless, but they will probably be in the millions of dollars if you really, really looked at the value of some of the stuff. It's just like some stuff. Not to say all of the stuff that they've stolen from different countries that's in their museums. It's just,
yeah.
They got a lot of our stuff, a lot of American art that's in their museums that we should be able to have here in our own museums.
And you could generate revenue with that shit. Let me play this clip.
Anybody ever tried to rob the palace, bro?
You can't make it through the guards. They always talk about them guards and how disciplined they are on the outside. You can't make it in that building.
Chop them off at the chin.
You're not making it in that building. Let me I mentioned at the beginning of the show about Putin. Let me play this clip right here. Okay, I'm gonna read it. It says,
Go ahead. Yeah.
I wish Putin could speak English.
Start it over because I wasn't prepared.
Hold on, I'm gonna play it, but I'm gonna read it. Hold on, where did it go?
There you go, right there.
Hopefully I can start it from the beginning. To protect our motherland and sovereignty, to ensure the security of our nation and people to the liberated territories, I consider it necessary to support the Defense Ministry and General Staff's proposal to hold partial mobilization in Russia. I reiterate, we are talking about partial mobilization, that is, only citizens who are currently in the reserve will be subject to conscription. And above all, those who served in the armed forces have a certain military specialty and relevant experience. Conscripts will obliterately go through additional military training based the experience of the special military operation before departing to the units. The decree on partial mobilization is signed. According to the legislation, the Federal Assembly's chambers, Federation Council, and State Duma will be informed about it, officially with letters. The mobilization events will start today from the 21st of September. It says to protect our motherland, its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Yeah, so that was the beginning. So, but they clipped it because he said about we're going to protect. We have plenty of weapons and we'll use them all to protect the integrity of Russia. So, and a lot of people are taking that as a threat. Yeah,
they should. I don't think he's playing.
Hey, bro, we better wake up over here, man, because all this bullshit that's going on, they thought it was going to hurt Russia. And Russia, man, they got all the allies. You got fucking China backing them up. What's the other? Is it Iran? Whoever that is.
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia.
A lot of Middle Eastern countries are rolling with Russia now.
And then on top of that, they dropping the value of our dollar already. The ruble is going through the roof. The shit over there in Saudi Arabia is going through the roof, like in all these other places. And then the only thing is I feel concerned for India, because they don't really too much fuck with India, so they may just go and try to wipe India out. But India is becoming a superpower there. I know they were, but I don't know if they strong enough, just yet.
I think some of these countries don't realize how much trouble they could be in if all right, it's cool to have your allies, and you think that rolling with certain people, you're safe, and that's the best people to go with. But that's not the same thing that was true last year, the 90s, the 80s, whatever. That shit is not true today. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of the countries that were somewhat weak 10 years ago or 20 years ago are at the top of the pile now.
Hey man, I want to ask y'all a question. And I know this just be my weird way of thinking. But what if this whole war thing was set out in a ploy? Because we always talk about how Biden has interest in China, right? To bring China to the forefront. Because China been trying to get the mining rights for the lithium and the cobalt. You know what I'm saying? So what if this shit has been a tactic of our own government the whole time?
I've thought like that before. I mean, of course it's possible, but at the same time, why wouldn't they want it for themselves? Like they go and steal it from other people, and they know that that's where a lot of the power is going to be held going into the future with the technology. I mean, are they
But
purposely?
we still sending all our jobs where the United States, the United States we have the equipment, the machinery to go over there and drill, and look at how many jobs that could be for Americans to go over there and work and make, overseas money, things of that nature. But yet and still, they still sending all of those jobs over there, basically slave labor. So
Yeah,
they don't give a fuck about the Americans. So
but
it's
that's why
like,
but that's one of the main reasons why Americans are not going over there is because the labor, like you're gonna have to pay them 3 times or 4 times as much for them to do the same work that those people are doing for $1 a day, $10 a week, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? So that's the main reason. Like it's the money's not there, and they're selling those jobs away because their bottom line is greater.
well, that's so like, and we're not keeping that shit over here. Like, it's just it's crazy, bro. Like, cause I think about that, and we all know in history, like, anytime there's a war, anytime, even if the war is not on our soil, but we're always our country always seems to be invested in any type of war.
Oh,
And it's
oh
like
no,
you
they're
think
definitely
about that
invested.
shit,
No,
cause you
they're
got
heavily invested in it. But
yeah, because you look at Pelosi with the chips, then you look at what Hunter Biden's been doing over there in China for years, and the relationship that they got, shit, the businesses that they got in Ukraine, the shit that they were doing in Russia, back before Biden got in office. His brother is running that shit. You
yeah,
know what I'm saying? So it's like,
James.
yeah, it's like, oh shit. It just makes you think, man. These motherfuckers. This is because they're losing. They're losing ground here in the country. You know what I'm saying?
What they spread themselves so thin. They spread us so thin, as far as because I mean we already know that as far as you know because they're invested everywhere. They're trying to run everything, but because of the position that they were in a lot of it, they were able to stay at the top. So I mean, they might be willing to share some because I mean they're not going to be able to run the world totally by themselves. This whole one world government thing is still something that they're working toward completing. So I think that they are working together to some extent, but at the same time, I think that some of these countries are willing to let some of the actors, be obsolete at some point and work with others that they like more,
Yeah.
because like all of them are using each other.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Politically, they're using each other, but at any time they can be like, all right, you know what? I think we can go on and take America out of this whole scenario, and we can just move on and do what we want to do because we already got all the all the resources we need to run the majority or the stronger countries.
Yeah.
They allied with some of the richest countries. So
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that that's definitely a possibility. I've definitely thought of that many times. That that's something that would be happening, and I mean it's more likely that it is just because, like I said, I mean with them trying to do the whole one world government thing, the new world order. Yeah, I mean it'd have to be something similar to that.
Yeah. Yeah. These motherfuckers, boy. Oh, evil conniving motherfucker.
So y'all, I need to get out of here. I got a headache. I need to get me some more rest before I got to get up and drive in the morning.
I
I thought
feel you,
this.
bro.
So Chaka, is he gone?
I think he stepped away. I don't see him on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, I woke up with a bad headache today myself, bro. It's just now starting to kind of subside right now. I went in the store and bought me some Bayer aspirin and said, because I try not to take ibuprofen because that shit'll spike your blood pressure.
Yeah, I don't take medicine like that. I'm about to eat a jalapeno right now. Hopefully that kind of
Jalapeno help with headaches?
helped mine, and it also like the stuff stopped up nose and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of
I
helps
got
me
you.
with.
I got you.
I be
I
doing some
feel
crazy shit.
Yeah, see, shit, I'd be in that motherfucker. I'd be to have me some beef broth or chicken broth or something, and put a gang of cayenne pepper in that shit, and drink it as hot as I can.
Hmm I got plenty of soup in here. I ain't really been hungry.
Yeah,
I hadn't really had an appetite. I ate some fruit and stuff earlier just to have something on my stomach, but shit, usually I can eat an apple. I mean, an orange and a banana. Usually I eat an apple by itself, but I can usually eat an apple and an orange and a banana at the same time. I barely can eat. I could barely eat a whole banana at once.
yeah, I
So
feel you, man. Yeah, man, I feel you.
well, yeah. Just tell Chaka, I try to come in tomorrow, but I gotta prepare myself for tomorrow. For my drive tomorrow.
I feel you, mate.
All
I
right,
feel
man.
you. All right, well, I'll pass on the message.
All
Gotta
right, bro.
go and wrap up, man.
For sure.
put on put on them hoodies and shit and wrap up and sweat that shit out if you can.
I don't need to do all that. This shit, I've been sweating anyway. It's
I
been coming out. It's been coming out my system. I think it's probably be another day or so. But
I got you. I got you. Well, shit, man. When you get some rest, bro, I'll try to see if I can sneak in here tomorrow. Usually, if it get late, sometimes I try, like, especially if I'm not going through like inner city areas, man. I try to dip on where I'm not somewhere that'll make this camera go off as much. So
yeah,
yeah, bro.
for sure,
But
man.
anyway, in any event, bro, I hope you get to feeling better, man. Get to some
Yeah, me
rest and
too.
shit. Be safe out there.
For sure, man.
All right,
I'll
man.
holler.
All right, peace and love. I'll let Chaka know.
Peace and love, bro.
Peace and love.
Hello? You can't hear me?
Yeah.
My bad, bro. We lost Pat.
Nah, man. He said he needed to try to get some rest to prepare for the drive tomorrow. You know, with him not feeling well. But he said he's gonna try to jump on tomorrow.
My bad.
Tomorrow podcast, man. But yeah, he said try to get him some rest and shit.
Yeah, I figured he was gonna check out. How long has he been gone?
He just jumped off, dude. Not even 5 minutes.
Oh, my bad. I got distracted.
But you know that kind of sickness, like when you're dealing with shit like that, even though you don't have a fever, that shit just make you feel exhausted, bro. I guess that's because your body working full time, fighting off whatever it is.
Yeah, it sounded like he was pretty stuffed up too. So when you can't get enough oxygen, that shit gonna make you tired.
Yep. Hey, bro,
Yeah.
you ever tried to beat your girl back in while you stuffed up?
Nah, I'm gonna take it easy. If I know I ain't at full power, I'm gonna have to take it easy.
Nigga, that's the excuse, goddamn. Damn, baby, but you know I'm not feeling well.
Yep, that's the excuse. Shit, I'm gonna have to just give you these this quickie right here. These couple minutes. I'm gonna give you these couple minutes.
Hell yeah.
And I don't want to hear no complaining about it, cause you know what I mean. Shit, be happy you get that.
Hell yeah. My wife talking shit, talking about, man, talking about you need some practice. I say, yeah, for what? Talking about, man, you sure been coming off the rip real quick. I'm like, shit, I thought I was giving you the best 5 minutes of your life. Shit. Shit, I'm all right.
I'm good. Shit.
I'm good. Shit.
Yeah.
That motherfucker, she got mad at me, boy. You know, you a fucking asshole. Oh man, but nah, I'll just when Pat get the feeling better, I'ma fuck with him on that. I ain't gonna mess with my boy right now. I know how it is to be down, man. You sick like that. That shit is miserable, bro. I usually can get through anything, but when I get sick with a cold, fever, sinus infection, that kind of shit, bro, I become a little bitch real quick. I be like, oh,
Me too.
I just want to sleep.
And that shit been going around. My daughter gave me, and I'm just now kind of getting over it. I'm still a little stuffy, but yeah, they got me with it too.
Damn. Damn it, boy. Man, you need to keep you some elderberry, man. Mix don't buy the store-bought shit, man. Get you some real elderberry, man, and boil that shit and put your own cinnamon and ginger in it. You know, get you some honey. Put you some honey in there to cut the bitterness of it, and keep that shit in the fridge, man. Shake it up every morning. Every morning before you leave the house, take you a good shot of it. You and the kids every morning before y'all leave the house. Take a shot. Take a shot of some elderberry, man. That shit strengthens your immune system.
Did you see this? These little, you're not driving. Look,
Together in a row as a train. How does this happen?
Check this out.
We know this is a shared electric car made by a German car manufacturer, EOS Smart 2. As you can see from the outside, it is very small in size, thanks to its electric drive. No refueling required, no driving license required. Its most distinctive feature is that 4 wheels that can rotate 360 degrees. This certainly increases the flexibility of the vehicle. Not only can you get around in tight spaces, in the event of a side stop, it can also be moved sideways, pulling directly into the car. It avoids the embarrassing problem of novice drivers not being able to park properly. It can even turn around in place. In addition to this, the Smart 2 as chassis is also very agile. As you can see, in the extended position, the footprint is already very small, but the designers have added an additional hydraulic folding function, which allows the chassis to be retracted to a certain extent, so even in the smallest of parking spaces, Smart 2 can still be parked easily, but because it is so small, so it can only accommodate 2 people, and there is little storage space inside, but for those who usually work, and the elderly, it's perfect for. It is worth mentioning that, as a shared electric vehicle, it also has a futuristic design that allows multiple vehicles to be connected to each other. Not only can they drive together as one, they can also charge each other. It eliminates the need to find a charging station. You don't have to look for a charging station. So what do you think of this electric car?
What'd you think?
That's pretty cool, bro. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, man. But they're gonna have to really develop these cars, man, because saying like every day I'm coming across a top story on Apple News or something about somebody that owns a Tesla. The battery died on them, and they got to shit out $26,000 to replace the battery. And man, shit, you think about it.
You might as well buy a new car.
Yeah, $26,000 for a battery, dog. You can go down there and basically have a brand new Honda Accord for that. For 26 racks, a brand new Honda Accord, a Toyota Camry. You know what I'm saying? Shit, bro. I love Honda Accords and Toyota Camrys. I drive one. I don't give a fuck. I done lost a lot of weight, but even when I was big nigga, I had a Camry. Shit, I love them Toyota Camrys and Hondas. You can't go wrong, bro. Everybody always want to run out there and buy Chevy Impalas and Malibus and shit. Them not no good cars, man. Get your Honda. Even a Nissan, man. Them Nissans good cars, man.
Well, how much are you saving though if you're driving a Tesla, you're not spending no money on gas?
You're not really saving any money because you think just
look at how much it costs. I'll be right back.
Ah, damn, about time.
Yeah, I watched it. I'm back.
All right. So
My bad.
I'm opening up my tablet, bro. I'm finna Google search this shit on my iPad while you going on with the podcast to see on average what it costs to operate and maintain. I know the statistics are already out there. You know, we're not the first to.
Oh, you're talking about on the Tesla?
Yeah.
And because I know a lot of states, they charge you a tax, an extra tax, because you're not paying for gas. It's like an extra tax that you have to pay. It's crazy because the way I look at it is gas is a tax off top. Because it's extra. And they force you to pay it. You have to pay, you have to get to work and shit. You can't opt out of that. So the way I see it, gas is a tax.
Okay. So check this out, right? So let's just start with the purchase price of a Tesla Model 3 or Tesla Model S, right? The starting price on one of those are around $100,000 $104,000. Might as well say $105,000. Okay. So if you're paying for it on a monthly basis, and this is going off a 2.49% interest rate for 72 months, you're looking at about $1,365 a month.
Damn.
Okay, it says fuel costs for 15,000 miles. It says 1 year Tesla. For a Tesla for 1 year, it's $1,755. A Toyota Camry is $1,589. Okay, now, so this is based off of your initial cost for the first year. And so I assume that's with the taxes and everything that's included for owning an electric vehicle.
Yeah.
But then it says the second year of ownership of a Tesla is somewhere around $555. So I'm trying to get deep in this article to see where they're actually figuring up these figures, because you need to know exactly what it costs to charge these cars. You know, I know people say you don't have to charge them every day. Well, you don't have to gas up every day. You know, if you drive a Toyota Camry, when I had my Camry, I was driving 51 miles each way from my house to work and back, and I was only filling up, you know, I would fill up on Monday morning, and I wouldn't have to get fuel again until like Friday, damn near Friday.
Yeah,
You know,
but that $500 a year sounded really good though.
yeah, but that's for the first year, second year.
Yeah. So, and I'm sure it's like gonna be like that the next year or so, because that extra amount was them taxes and shit for that first year, and then so after that it'll be 500 or so probably every year after that. That sounds pretty good.
Okay, so it says 6-year cost of vehicle: Tesla Model S versus a Toyota Camry LE. The Model S costs $107,000. The Camry costs $31,000. It's saying the electricity and fuel costs. So Tesla is electricity, Camry is fuel costs. So the Tesla is saying it will cost you $4,500 a year for electricity, whereas the Camry will cost you $9,500 a year for fuel. There is a potential tax credit of $2,500 for owning an electric vehicle. Okay, the insurance for a Model S will cost you $22,000 in 6 years, whereas for a gas vehicle it only costs you $13,000. It's saying the maintenance on the gas car is about $5,900 a year, and it's saying the maintenance on a Tesla is only $1,700. Total expense for the Tesla is $133,621. Total expense for 6 years on the Camry comes up to $60,370.
So what's those two numbers again? What's the Tesla number just now?
The Tesla number, it says 6-year cost of a 6-year cost of vehicle, and the two models are the Tesla Model S and the Toyota Camry LE. It says the Tesla and over 6 years will cost you $133,621, and the Camry will cost you $60,370.
So basically, it's saying you're gonna pay double what you would pay.
Yeah, I mean, you may spend a little. Of course, I think you may, and like I say, these numbers, I don't know where they're basing these numbers off of. It doesn't really have that in this article. But the thing about it is, bro, you think about it. Let's say you live in a 5-bedroom house, and you're on the average, a person that lives in a 5-bedroom house, let's just say on the average, their electricity bill runs them anywhere between $400 to $500 a month. then you go buy a Tesla vehicle and you're having to charge this vehicle. Now, I don't know if they have to charge these vehicles every day, or if it's every other day. I guess it depends upon your driving. But you think about you charge, and those things don't generally charge quick, because I've seen videos of people that plug it up, and it takes like 27 hours to fully charge it. 27, 28 hours. By that time, you got to go to work. You at work, you come back home, the vehicle may be just now finishing charging. So, I mean, you think about that shit along with everything. I think, I think it's going to be a lot less efficient as what they're trying to make it out to be, to own one of those vehicles. And then you think about, if let's say you don't charge it at home, you have to stop at a charging station somewhere. What does it cost to charge? Let me see. What does it?
It seems so fancy to have the Tesla. Like, it's like bougie, It's like, I think that's what it is. It's the status symbol. It's like, I'm doing better than you, and I'm better than you because I'm even saving the environment with my car.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people go out there and buying these damn cars, because it is kind of like owning a Tesla is kind of like a staple, a statement.
And an iPhone. You got to have a Tesla and an iPhone.
Yeah. Okay, while the exact cost of charging a Tesla depends on several factors, drivers can expect to pay between $8 and $25 to fully charge a depleted Tesla battery.
You said between $8 and $25 to charge it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, how much does it cost to charge a Tesla at home? Based on the national average cost of energy of 15.42 cents per kilowatt, and an added 15% to the account for homeowners' chargers inefficiency, a Tesla will cost you between $8.82 to $17.65 to charge from 0% to 100%. Here's the breakdown based on the different models. A Model 3 Standard Range Plus is 50 kilowatt hours. That's $8.82. A Model Y is 75 kilowatt hours. That's going to charge you $13.25. Now, this is at home. So a Model 3 Long Range and a Model 3 Performance is 82 kilowatt hours, and that's at $14.47. A Model S is 100 kilowatt hours, and that's $17.65. A Model X and a Model X Plaid is 100 kilowatt hours, and that's $17.75. So based on how often you have to charge these things, you figure if you got to charge this sucker every day at $17.75 a day, you do that by the month and do that by the year, that's a lot of fucking money, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know. I think that what they're doing overall is giving unviable solutions just so they can have the excuse to keep on doing the things that they've been doing, just so that the ones that's been holding power, the ones that make the most money, they don't want things to change. Never know what's going to happen. If somebody comes out with a technology like the guy with the water car, and it actually takes off, then who's going to be powerful then? Who's going to be making all the money then? Is it going to be them? Are they going to find a way to get into the industry and take it over? That's too unsure for them. They want to go with the for sure.
Yeah, and then let's also add another known fact in there, okay? To add, it says charging your Tesla at home involves using a level 1, a standard 120 20-volt outlet, or level 2, a 240-volt outlet AC charger. And also, it's stating right here, these chargers aren't 100% efficient and will draw more electricity to replenish a battery. Car and Driver estimates level 1 and level 2 chargers pull about 12 to 15% more electricity than the amount necessary to fill your gas vehicle. So there you go. These numbers that I called out at first, that's based on the average of what it should do. And these numbers probably come from a Tesla that was being charged in a lab where they were testing it, you know, because the efficiency of the chargers aren't 100%. So if you're using 12 to 15% more electricity than necessary to fill up your vehicle, your gas vehicle, you think about that over a month's time, over a year's, month, 3 months, 6 months, then a year, dude, you probably spend a lot more fucking money. The cost of ownership on that electric car probably costs a lot more.
Yeah.
Then you going down there finding a decently used certified pre-owned Toyota Camry, let's say, $15,000-$20,000. You can get a brand new one, a base model. LE is kind of a base model Camry for about $30,000. I'd take that all day. 5,000 miles on the oil change, your gas, and those cars do pretty good on gas. The efficiency of gasoline engines over the years have gone way up.
I want your opinion on one more clip before I wrap it, because I'm tired as hell. But I played this earlier. I don't think I played it for Pat, but let me see. Tell me what you think.
It's hard to be vulnerable because there's a tendency for a lot of people to throw their vulnerabilities in your face when they get upset. So you have to come to a point of realization that you have to deal with people that are emotionally mature enough and responsible enough to act reasonably even when they're upset. I mean, if you want to move forward in life, you can't bring past trauma into a newer relationship and think it's going to work. The truth of the matter is, it's hard to be vulnerable because there's a tendency for a lot of people to throw their vulnerabilities in your face when they get upset.
What do you think?
I feel like that's true, especially with immature people. You be vulnerable in front of them. You tell them something. You were at a low point and they helped you through it, and you thought, okay, this person's solid. And then y'all get into a bad argument, and this person uses that against you. You see it happen all the time. And I think that is one of the reasons why people are so guarded. That is one of the reasons why you may not know everything about an individual. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You have to, it's like I hear people say, oh man, my dude or my girl, told me everything about them on our first date. Nigga, get the fuck out of here. Nobody tells you who the fuck they are on the first date. You know what I'm saying? They may give you bits and pieces, but nigga, some of that shit you just gonna have to figure out on your own. Like, no, if that was the case, bro, like, nah, that shit ain't true. That's not how human beings operate. Our brains don't even operate like that.
Yeah, I don't even think. I don't think we're capable, and even still, like, how could you possibly explain yourself to somebody in one day? You know,
Yeah,
we're way too complex for that, anyways.
yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is crazy, bro. It's like even at my age, at the age that I am at 35, like nigga, it's shit that I faced as a kid or whatever along the way that I totally forgot about, but that shit is like resurfacing now. So it's like a lot of the shit my wife didn't know. You know, I never brought it because I placed it so far out of my mind that I even forgot about the shit. So it's like, you know, but yeah, bro. And then on top of that, bro, like, yeah, people evolve, but no, to go back to what she said, I believe that is 100% true, bro. Because you just never know. You know, it's like I was listening to a podcast one time, and this guy was a minister. I don't remember who it was, but he was basically saying that usually when a woman comes to him and say they don't trust their husband, it's a lot of times it's because of, you know, infidelity or this or that, or you know, maybe this guy exhibited some kind of behavior that makes her wonder or worry about him or the type of person he truly is. But he went on to say that usually when a man comes to him and say that he doesn't trust his wife or trust his girl, it's because as a man we're so guarded. We're it's hard for us to tell you the weakest moments in our life and trust you. Like that's basically a man giving you his heart to tell you the weakest points in his life, the thing that he's most embarrassed by or haunts him, and then you have a conversation with your homegirl about it, or you use that shit against him in an argument. Like that shit right there will tear a man down. And that's usually when a man say he can't trust one, that's usually what it is. Like, I don't trust her enough to be that fucking vulnerable with her. To talk to her about this shit. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you know your woman, like you can still love a woman and be in love with a woman, but and know, you know, but this woman could have diarrhea of the mouth. You know what I'm saying? Could be somebody that like to sit up and partake in a little gossip and shit like that, you know? So it's like, nah, there's some shit I'm just not gonna tell you, bro. I don't trust you enough to tell you that shit. I love you. I'm in love with you, but I that's something that so yeah. So yeah. I,
And so then, how long does it take, or what does it take to build that trust to get to the point where you can expose yourself to someone in that way?
I don't I don't have the answer to that, bro. Like I don't know how long. I think I think I think as human beings we have a pretty decent intuition or pretty good intuition, and I think you will know when it's okay to do that, if you will. You know what I'm saying? I don't really know if there is a time limit, you know, because I truly believe that there's people that are in love with each other that were married for 5 decades and there were still things that he or she didn't know about each other. You know what I'm saying? There were still moments in their lives that they didn't share with one another. So, you know, I don't know. You know, I don't know if, you know, I've even heard people say, well, you shouldn't be in a relationship if you can't trust that deep. And I'm like, no, I don't fucking believe that shit. Because I don't feel like there's a human being on the face of the earth, bro, like that has shared everything with their partner or their significant other. No matter how much in love they are with that person, how much they love that person, there's just something that haunts you that you deal with, you know, that I don't think you share, you know, and I don't think there's a time limit on that. Honestly, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You know, and I don't even know if I could be mad at a person if they're like, oh, you know, we've been together 25 years and I've never told you this, and I just feel like it's time, and you've been my ride or die, you've been my partner, my lifelong partner, and I trust you, and this is something I want you to know. And some people would get mad like, why you didn't tell me that shit? Because they was not ready. You know, you can't force somebody
But
to
how
be
can you
ready for
trust
something
somebody
like that.
who's holding stuff? You know, if it's a little thing, then I don't think it would matter. But if it's a big thing, then I think that's not trustworthy.
Well, I think it depends on the situation, bro. I think it depends on that thing. You know, if it's from, you know, childhood trauma, maybe this woman has been molested in her life, or you know, or dealt with that, and she's never told anybody about it, and she's held on to it. Can you be mad at her?
No, not in
You
that
know,
situation.
no, okay. Now I can see it be different if, you know, if it's the female that's you know, and this nigga coming out and telling her after 25 years of marriage, yo, when I was in college, I sucked dick. Like that's different. Like, nigga, you a gay? You know what I'm saying? You partook in homosexual acts? Like, that's different. You know, but I feel like things that, you know, traumas and different things like that, you know, you can't be mad if you can't be mad or say, oh, I don't, you know, I don't know if I trust you anymore. Like, you never told. Like, what the fuck? Like, who wants to come out and say these type of things? You know, it may still hurt them to even think about it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I don't
It,
know, bro.
it might hurt him to think about sucking dick back in college.
Yeah, but nigga, if you was gay, if you was bending over and doing all that shit, you need to let somebody know, nigga. You need to get checked. Like, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, you right, and you right, and I'm laughing and joking about that shit. But even with something like that, that's embarrassing. Like, that's, you
Yeah.
know, that's embarrassing. And you know, dude could have just been going through a phase. I mean, women do it all the time. You know, could have been just going through a phase. You know, like, you know, but whatever. You know, I mean, to each his own. But I don't know. I don't. I can't sit here and say that I can't trust. I wouldn't be like, you know, 15, 16 years down the road, you tell me this, and then I say, oh, that's a deal breaker. I don't know. You know, motherfucker get all hysterical. I don't know who I'm married to anymore.
Well,
I
let me
can't
ask you
trust you.
this.
You
Well,
know, like it depends
what
on what
creates
it
the trust?
is.
What is the point that you trust a person? Like, how much of them do they have to expose to get to the point where you trust them? Like, where is that, you know, where's the line for you or whatever?
For me,
Like, or a better question is like, what would be some other deal breakers? Like something that somebody was holding, maybe they never told you, or maybe you found out through somebody else, or maybe they told you after a while and it was a deal breaker.
I honestly, well, I ain't gonna say I've never been in that situation, but I thought about, like, it. It really kind of it fucked with me. Um, I remember after getting married, you know, there's somebody my wife used to be involved with before we were married and all that shit, and you know, me and her started dating and talking and shit like that. And like, I had like this gut feeling that her and that person got down or whatever and done their thing or whatever, which was fine. Like, that's before me or whatever. And so, like, we had this moment of where we were being honest with each other. And I told her who I had been with, you know, I admitted it, you know, and she didn't admit it. And then one day, we're having dinner after we got, you know, this was probably maybe a year or so, maybe close to a year or so after we got married, and and she was like, "You remember that question you asked me?" and yada yada yada, and I did, and I hate. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. That moment right there, bro. Like I was like, I can't fucking trust you. Like really, you lied about that shit. I was open and honest with you, even though I knew it. You know what I'm saying? I felt it. I didn't know it. I didn't have the receipts.
Confirmation. Yeah.
Yeah, but I felt it. And I have a damn like that's one thing I can say, bro. Like God has blessed me with a really good intuition. And I don't know if it's because of the shit that we went through growing up as kids or what, bro, but like I have a really good intuition. And that right there, like it put a stain. It put a stain on my trust for a long time with her. You know what I'm saying? Because it was like you didn't have to lie. I was honest with you. When we sat down and we said we were having these conversations, because I guess she just want to know, like, had I been with these such females that she know, and I told her, I was like, yeah, I was with such and such and such. We did our thing. It was nothing. And I was open, upfront, and honest. Like I just like, okay, I have nothing to hide. Like I'm being upfront and honest with you. Like we're having a real conversation. We putting it all out there on the line. And yeah, so that right there, like, you know, you had an opportunity to be honest, and it was in a moment where I felt like I would be transparent and 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 be understanding because to me in my mind I'm like okay, this was before me and you. We wasn't together. I was still out there. I was out there doing my thing. You know what I'm saying? So it didn't matter, but it's like you lied about that shit, and then you come back a year after we get married, and we're having a conversation, and you tell me like, I lied to you. I did what? What the fuck?
So
Really?
how did you
Like,
how did you come to grasp with that? How do you deal with that? Like how did you move on from there? Like,
man, to be honest with you, I thought about. I ain't gonna lie, cause I don't really hold grudges. I guess I lied. Maybe I do hold grudges, but I just know how to still like I cannot fuck with you. I can truly, genuinely not like you and don't fuck with you, but I can still be in a situation like around you. I can fuck with you on certain levels. Like I don't fuck with this nigga, but I know how to handle this nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like I can still be cordial or whatever, And I remember somebody told me one day, it's like, dude, you that's very dangerous. You're a dangerous person because like if I done you dirt, I wouldn't want to be like you're a dangerous person. Like how do you? And I don't know. And I guess it's just the shit that we was always taught. Keep your enemies close. The shit that we were preached, like how we just, I guess the way we were raised, the way we was built, like, But anyway, like I thought about that shit a lot, and then I just finally got to a point where I said to myself, I was like, you know what? This shit was before me. Before me and her were every serious. Before me and her were even, really talking. We were talking to each other, but like we wasn't in no committed relationship. We wasn't even going out on dates. We just holler at each other on the phone or whatever, talk shit or whatever, and it was really it because I was running with a brother. You know what I'm saying? Man, that nigga was all over the place. We doing, yeah, yeah. So I had to think about that, and I'm like, am I gonna just, am I gonna throw my marriage away, for this? Like we got a child on the way. Well, no, this was before she got pregnant with my daughter. This was like a few months before she got pregnant with my daughter. So, I was just like, I just thought about it, bro. Like I was like, okay, you know, all right, like this was before me. So should I say, even though I felt like that shit was a deal breaker for me, and in that moment I was just like, what the like, who the fuck am I with? Like, can I trust you on anything else? Um, like I thought about it in that manner, and then I just seen how she moved in our marriage, in the beginning. Like, you know, she was there. You know what I'm saying? Me being unemployed, trying to get out on the road, driving trucks, like she going to work, holding it down, paying bills, doing this, going on, like doing like being there, doing little things like putting applications in, and most people be like, well, nigga, she doing that shit to benefit her too. Yeah, that's true enough, but you got a lot of females out here, nigga. If you ain't, they not finna do no shit like that for you. But I just
I
that's
think
how
I
I got
think
through it.
that what it makes me think about is that, like I said earlier, is like there's different ways to look at trust, because you could trust somebody to be in their character, like you trust them to do what they're gonna do, like they're gonna take care of business or whatever. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I wanted to mention, related to this, is that there's a trend to polygamy. Hold on, I think I got a little graphic for that. Okay, it says how many women stepping into 2023 like this. And in the image, it has a woman stepping from monogamy to polygamy. And on the other step, it has a man and a woman on there. And on the step that she's stepping away from, it has jealousy, fatherless children, financial struggle, loneliness, side chick, heartbreak. All that's on the monogamy block.
But I think that's a false narrative, though, Chaka. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like that picture is trying to depict. I feel like that picture, that narrative that picture is trying to paint, is like men are bullshit, and there's no, and these men are nothing, and it's like that's a fucking lie, because I'm a good ass dude, bro. I'm solid, nigga. I go without to make sure that my wife and my kids, I make sure they have before I do. You know what I'm saying? I know that I've been out on the road for months, out here grinding, and I'm sending all the money to the house to cover and pay bills, and I'm out here broke, eating fucking hot dogs, warming hot dogs up and shit. Didn't even have bread, nigga. I'm just eating hot dogs and dipping them in ketchup and mustard, and eating ramen noodles and shit, nigga. I grind, so it's like I take offense to that picture, because it's like, you mean to tell me you got to go over here to the polygamy side to feel accepted, to get a good man? What makes him so good? Because he's balancing 3, 4 women at one time? Like, you're not getting the full effect of this man. This man, when he not with you, he in another room, laying with some other chick, doing this and doing that. Like, I take offense to that, because I feel like it's shit on men who are men, who handle their business, who has the right to call themselves a man, because they stand firm, they stand solid, even when the going get tough, nigga, when the odds are against them. And then for them to have black people in that picture, I really take offense to that, because I feel like that's another shot at a black man. These women, with the bullshit that they be on and the stress that they bring, and they don't bring any fucking peace to you as a man, nigga. We wake up every day and we gotta fight to leave our house. Then when we leave our house, we fighting for our place. We're hoping don't nothing happen. We're hoping that we don't run against some fucking bullshit racist motherfucker, pull you over. Then you gotta go work at a white man's job and deal with systemic racism, and then you gotta come home and this motherfucker steady complaining about this. Man, nah, bro. Like, I take offense to that. I take offense to that picture and what it means. I don't give a fuck what kind of point they're trying to make. I take offense to that, because I'm a good fucking black man. I ain't gonna say no good nigga. I'm a good black man. I am a man. I stand on my 2 feet. I'm solid. I go broke. I've been broke, and I ain't asked nobody for shit. You feel me? Like, so I take offense to that shit. And for motherfuckers that's big up in that picture, y'all some sorry bitches, and you some sorry niggas. And that's what I gotta say.
Okay, and let me talk about the picture some more. In her bag, it says God, love, peace, and focus. So that's
Okay,
what
I'm
she's
I'm
carrying.
good on love. I'm good on love and peace and focus. But where's the God in that, motherfucker? You need to take God out of that, because you running from what God has designed and had in place for us to go be with this shit. Like, if you want to go, like, come on, man. All these motherfuckers want to holler God, bro. These women, I know women that's in church faithfully, Wednesday night, Thursday night, or Wednesday night, Saturday night, Sunday morning, Sunday night. They doing all these things. They hooping and hollering and running up and down the aisle. Oh my God, this, my God, that. But don't have no respect for the man at home. Don't even, you know what I'm saying? She'll be running out the door to get to church on time, and this man got to get up and go to work, and she ain't cooked no breakfast for this man. She ain't prepared a lunch for him to take to work. Ain't got his clothes out or nothing like this, but she running out of church, running out of the house to go sit before a man who's preaching God, supposedly God's word. You doing everything for the church, but you ain't doing shit for the man that's providing a way for you to continue to be going back and forth to this church and doing all these motherfucking things. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, when you say that I'm of God, I'm Christian, I'm this, I need to see you really walk that path, because I ain't fake over here. I tell a nigga for real, like I know I ain't. You know what I'm saying? But I also don't believe that I have to be in church to be a Christian. I also don't believe that I have to be hooping and howling and doing all this to be a good person. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we're born innately knowing what it is to be a good person, to be a person of humanity, and care for people. So
did you put it on all?
Try. Let me read some comments underneath the thing. One of them says, "I'll take a sister wife. Someone needs to watch these kids while I take a nap." Another comment, it says, each their own. If everyone agrees, why not? It's not for me though. There's some interesting comments in here. Hold on. It says most of us are whether we know it or not. That's what I'll be arguing. Let me read another one.
But that's the thing. They say most of us. That's for the men that's out here not keeping it solid, and they running over here, being with this woman. You know what I'm saying? They over here giving her money, paying her bills, because they getting, they fucking her, dicking her down or whatever. That's for them men. But they got solid men out here, bro. That's on some true love, not even so much, but loyalty type shit. That ain't out here running up in some other woman highs, jumping up and down in her pussy and paying her bills and taking care of her kids. Like, niggas, you got a lot of men out here that ain't on that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you gotta speak. That picture need to speak to them that's doing that, because I ain't doing that. I ain't even on that. Like, if I'm with you, bro. Like, I ain't out here. I ain't finna fuck nothing else. You know what I'm saying? But that's for the motherfuckers that's doing that shit. That's paying the, sneaking out. Oh, I gotta go to such and they in San Antonio with another bitch and her kids. Like, that's for them. That's for them men.
Yeah, the women are doing it too. Let me read some more comments. It says, "I would be the wife always on vacation." Another comment, it says, "So many people in polygamy relationships and just don't know it." Another comment, it says, "Most men cannot afford this. They complain to take care of one woman financially. Imagine 2 or 3, all while still taking care of her physical and emotional needs. Some don't even know how to take care of a woman emotionally. And for most men running with this idea, I want 2 wives women, they have a one-track mind and only fulfilling their sexual desires."
Yeah, bro. Because it comes a point in time where sex ain't shit. You feel me? to come a point in time where you know, like have to love just being in this person's presence, this person being in your presence, you in their presence, and y'all vibe. Like, it's not always about sex, bro. You know, it's about, you know, sitting down across the table from each other and looking at her and getting all giddy inside, you know, like back in the day, and y'all having good conversation and just chilling and, you know, and just like, you know, like that's the kind of shit I be on like sometime, bro. It ain't always about fucking, you know what I'm saying? I want foreplay with the mind, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, fuck me mentally sometime. You know what I'm saying? I know what your pussy do. You know, sometimes I just, and women want the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody to just listen, you know, the romance, and you know, you could do that type of shit, bro, and never touch her, and she be just as good. But you know, you have a lot of us men and women too that don't know how to do that. Some women think the only way to get to you is to give you some pussy. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, nah, man.
Yeah. So you anti-polygamy, obviously. You're not feeling. So it's clear, everybody listening, you ain't feeling the polygamy.
You goddamn right, I ain't feeling that shit. Hell nah. I'm selfish. I'm stingy. I ain't trying to, you know. A nigga can say, well, you selfish, you stingy. She could be giving it away when you ain't around. Hey, that may very well be true, but when I find out the bitch gets, she gone. Like, you know, so like, nah. But on the real note, nah, I ain't with that, bro. You know, I ain't with it. My thing is, man, you know, I understand sometimes you may fuck around and get in a relationship and things are good and y'all fucking have a child or kids together and y'all just don't work as individuals, but you can still have a mutual love and a mutual respect for one another and still raise y'all children accordingly. You know what I'm saying? But you know, also not, and I don't mean this in no disrespect, but a lot of these women that's hooping and hollering, you know what I'm saying, they ain't trying to do shit to better their situation, nigga. They don't want a hand up, they want a hand out. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not just saying that for women. You got men out here that's the same way. That's sorry, lazy, ain't trying to do shit. But like I say, man, you know, people gotta rethink that shit, bro. Like, you know, I see it so much in my generation and generation before me where you got so many black men and women that are against each other, bro. Like they hate each other, and it's like you can't be like that, bro. Like that's the mother of your child. She may be a dirty motherfucker, true enough, but that's still the mother of your child, man. You gotta have some kind of respect for her. You know what I'm saying? And that's the same way for women. That's still the father of your child, man. You know what I'm saying? There was something about that man that you like. You know what I'm saying? You got to show that man some kind of respect. You know, but yeah, you know, I hate when they draw pictures like this, bro, because they don't really give the true. They don't. It's this is a one-sided picture. We don't know what kind of woman she was. You feel me? We don't know what kind of woman she was behind closed doors. If she was a good woman, if she held shit down, she could have put that man through all kind of anguish and everything else. Like you just don't know, you know.
Hmm. And I think that people are using some of these kind of trends to escape their toxic behavior, you know,
Yeah, but it's
or
gonna come
try
out.
to, anyways.
If you toxic, if you a toxic man or woman, it's gonna come out. I don't give a fuck. You can get with the best person in the world. Them traits gonna come out once you get comfortable. You can't always act. You feel me? Motherfuckers gonna eventually show you who the fuck they truly are. You know, and then you think about it in a situation like that, if she's already jealous hearted, you know, she's already toxic. How you think that's gonna be when that man not with her that night? He downstairs in the master bedroom with another one. She mad, got her mouth all turned up and shit. You know, like nah, bro, nah. Hey, for the people that it worked for, it worked for. More power to you. But I believe that you right 100% correct on what you're saying, bro. And I also believe that people use a lot of people use this situation because they're users, because they don't want to do shit. They want shit given to them. They don't want to they don't want to have to go outside the house and go work and get it for themselves and create a hustle for themselves. This right here affords them that lifestyle.
Mm.
You know.
I would make the polygamy argument, but you ain't trying to hear it anyways.
Nah,
think
I'm willing to hear it and listen to you for the, you know, because we gotta be transparent and hear each other's side and each other's views and opinions. I'm just saying, for me, I don't feel like it's necessary. You know, I mean, I understand shit get tough. We got schedules. We're both working. We're doing this. We're doing that sometimes. You know, my wife at home right now, she's still, you know, saying, "Ooh, I just need to tap out. I need a break." And, you know, and I get that. And that's why when I'm at home, I try to create, I don't try, but I make it happen to create that space. You know what I'm saying? My son ain't got no baseball game, ain't got nothing going on. Hey, man, let's get out the house. Even if it's just us going to the nail shop together. I like to get a pedicure, get my feet scrubbed. You know, we go get a pedicure. After that, we leave there, go sit down at a bar somewhere and just talk, be adults, you know, have a drink or two, you know, just get away. You know what I'm saying? Like, I even tell her, hey, your sister and them doing something, get out, go. You know what I'm saying? If you want to go hang with the girl, you know, I get that, but we signed up for this shit, bro.
Yeah.
So we in this shit. We gotta try to create a harmonious, you know, situation for everybody.
Well,
We
I'm a hopeless romantic, so I'm you know, I want the other person to be all the way into me, like, you know. So but at the same time, you can have a situation where it's a healthy relationship and working for all parties involved that are set up that way. And you know, it makes sense when you look at it for economics and for the children, for raising the children.
okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm tired as hell, and I gotta get up in like a few hours, so I'm tripping. So I really need to wrap it.
I feel you.
And it was good to hear from you, bro.
Hey, same here, man.
Yeah, man. Just text me sometimes, bro. I'll be able to hit you back sometimes. As far as like the phone calls, I feel bad about it. Everybody says that, and I don't know. I'll be busy. You know, it's like the phone calls come at bad times.
Yeah, I feel you. Nah, man, I really, shit, I can't get mad at nobody because I be in my own little world too, bro. Like, to be real with you, like I don't really call nobody either. I I talk to one person every day, literally, and that's my wife every day, and that's it. You know, so when I'm at home, my phone don't ring. You know, so don't feel bad, bro. I got an aunt right now. She got her mouth turned up at me. You used to call, you don't even come by, you don't this and that. People don't understand, man. Sometimes your life is moving so fast, and I get it. You need to visit and check in on the people, your loved ones, and this and that. But you know, it's just my wife and I. You know what I'm saying? I'm gone 6 days a week. When I come home, I got 2 days off. I really got one day to do something, because the second day is game time. It's preparing to leave the following day for work. So I gotta make sure my laundry done, my uniforms ironed and pressed. I got my meal prepped, cooked. I got this, you know. And so sometimes it's just kind of hard, you know. And then my kids are in extracurricular activities and stuff. And it's not that I don't think about people. I don't love you, bro. It's just me and her. You know, we trying to navigate through this wild, crazy, beautiful world, bro. We trying to navigate. We're still trying to balance this shit out. You feel me? And people don't understand that sometimes. Like, they look at us and think we got it figured out and we got it together, when really they don't know how stressed the fuck out we are. You know, because we're not getting enough time for me and her. You know, she's stressed, I'm stressed, she frustrated because she want to get out and go out on a date night with me, and I want to go out on a date night with her. I'm mad about that. Then we ain't got time for, we both sexually frustrated because we get in the bed, we talk good game, and have each other ready to fuck and do all this shit, and then we both lay down in the bed and get up under each other and start kissing. The next thing you know, we both snoring. You feel me? Like,
yeah.
So we trying to balance it out too, bro. You know, so I get it. I understand. Like, I don't even take offense to that shit, bro. It's life. You know, it's trying to balance it all, man. And some people just, I hate when people do me like that, because it's like, nigga, it's the same distance from your house to my house. If I ain't called you, nothing, pop up at my house. Pop up on me. You know what I'm saying? Pull up on me, shit.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, I'd be happy somebody pull up on me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. I'm gonna have to wrap it, bro. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. And we'll be back tomorrow.
All right, man. Peace and love, bro. Get some rest, man.
All right, man. Peace.